Hopefully the DNS fix worked. Maybe. Oh, I see you. I see you live. I see a preview window. Yes. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your show hosts, Aristil.
And Volacel and No Fern again this week because he has been left to handle things on his own, more or less. So he's going to be out a lot of the time for the next few weeks while he tries to get things under control in the absence of part of his family. And being that it's a family business, it's normally scoped to be run by multiple family members, not just him. But yeah, so he's going to be busy for a while. But we will nevertheless mush on.
Yes, indeed.
If you would like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvdw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvdw. You can join us in the Discord server, which you can get to by clicking in the link provided in the show description on the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. Fragments back. All right. So on the show today, we've got the new Genshin Patch. How far are you in the new Genshin Patch? I know you were doing the story because you mentioned Hydro Traveler to me. Where you got?
I got all the way to the end. I think I claimed the rewards in the events tab.
Okay, so did you see
So
the final scene with Sandrone?
yeah,
Okay, that's the thing, by the way, that Sarah that I
I haven't
spoke.
done that quest.
Yeah, that's the thing I responded to Serathis with in our Discord, where he's like, "What the f is all this?" I'm like, "That is all just additional exposition on the big long quest chain in Fontaine, which may wind up being more important than."
Well, you guys aren't plugged into the community. But basically, the discussion of Sandrone's origins and how she's tied into those storylines has been a major topic of discussion ever since they showed the very first art piece of the Harbingers gathered at the table together.
Yeah. So yeah,
So this is basically just to fill in that gap that everybody's been speculating about for years.
yeah. So yeah, that's what all that was about. But yeah, you learn all about those individuals and go into great detail with all of them, as at various parts of the quest. So she basically gives you the Cliff Notes version with a few extra notes
Well, it's
in
not
there.
just one quest though. Isn't it like 3 or 4 different
It's
quests
like
all
five.
contribute to that storyline?
It's like five quest chains that are all super long that merge together.
I know that I've seen parts of it, and I've made no attempt to clear Fontaine.
Yeah, is if you're just going through Fontaine and get stuck on a long quest chain, it probably is one that ties into that mega quest chain with the Nice Croix Institute or whatever it's called. So yeah,
Isn't there like the undersea animals also part of that?
yep. The ones that are in the storybook area or the big upside down water area, yeah, that's also a part of it. Yeah, about the only long quest chain in Fontaine that doesn't tie back into that one is the one that goes to the what's it called? The Sea of Bygone Eras. With the music,
Pepsicora.
yeah, the musical robots. Yeah. So, we'll be talking about that on the show, I suppose. ZZZ's in game, I've actually pushed through on the new game mode to get to at least one clear of it. I was
I haven't
200 points away from getting the rewards. I have good and uh, I have good things to say about the gameplay. I have words of warning to people that want to break into it, but it is supposed to be the hardest in-game mode, and it's going to
well, I mean, but
take
this
some
is the
planning.
case with in-game modes and Ho-Yo games generally, isn't it? Like if you look at Stygian Onslaught and Anomaly Arbitration, like no player who has started since like Amphorius launched could possibly hope to compete in Anomaly Arbitration. They can't even do it.
Yeah,
Like you need too much stuff.
yeah. It took some lucky pulls on my end to have my account as horizontal as it is in that game, and I was barely able to scratch a silver. It's less archetype restricted compared to the other two games. but I'll talk more about it when we get
Well,
to that point.
I feel like in the case of a game like ZZZ, if they tried to make it more archetype restrictive than it is, it would feel really, really artificial.
Yeah.
Like you would feel like the instruction said, okay, so you can choose to fight with one hand tied behind your back or not.
Yeah. So it's in a way more open, but there are still words of warning to give people. Um, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. Star Rail exists.
It does do that, and that's about all.
Yeah. I swear there was a game there at some point. I remember playing one.
I mean,
But
that is what most of the discourse is about right now, is their reluctance to do anything.
yeah. I saw they lost their gold checkmark on Twitter.
Yeah, that's probably just a clerical oversight because it's just like, oh well,
But it feeds the
we need
meme
to.
that the Star Rail
Yeah,
team don't do
it does.
anything.
It does. It does feed the meme, but it's like, isn't it like $1,000 a month or something to maintain that?
I don't know. I have no idea what the corporate fee is.
It's or I don't know how it works, but I mean, even their sort of their new projects that haven't even been launched yet have them. So
Count Kokomi's hair bow. She's almost as tall as Nefer, with an elevated platform to stand on.
wow, Nefer's got quite tall stilettos.
So there's that. I've got a little bit of Wuwa to talk about, and how I still don't know anything. But
You won't until you get to 2.x and the story starts to make sense.
yeah, but there was something about lambs and a dude with crazy scars on his face and mushing people together with resonances, and there was a dude on a bike in a fiery area, and we put out the fire, and we'll get to all that. There was only one day of Wuwa, and I feel like there was something else worth. Just not. It is just totally fallen out of my brain. But yeah. Oh, played Puya Puya this week too, because sometimes you just get in one of them moods when you got an evening before bed and not enough brain power to commit. Oh, played Tetris more than Puya Puya, but still. And some real world shenanigans that y'all might find funny. Okay. So hopefully we get Fern back. Expect a rambly show about Much Hoyo and gotcha stuff this week. Because it's been one of them weeks. And also a busy week in different ways for different amounts of time for both of us. So trying to find out what I did with that email. Right. You wanna try and power through the whole thing? You wanna split it, or do you want me to take my best shot at it?
I'll have a go. I'll have a go. You'll know if I cease to communicate that I can't that I can't speak anymore because I've still got this cough. I did look up on Google how long it takes for these types of post-viral coughs to clear, and apparently the time frame is normally about 8 weeks. So not really looking forward to that, but that does conform with my previous experience since this is a problem that I've had for the past 15 years or so, 15 or 20 years. But anyway. Serithus writes to us, dear no excuses. So yeah, there's another controversy in the old school Doom community. This time it's not the usual suspects, however. The previous fallout was on the GZ Doom forum, which, as far as I know, is very separate from the actual development of the source port itself. It's the new suspect for a change. Vibe coding! Apparently, one of the longest standing and most abrasive developers pushed some AI code that didn't work, didn't compile, wasn't tested, and probably violated the license of GitHub. When called out, this dev doubled down, then tripled down, so the rest of the crew decided to fork the project without him. Also, in my last email, I brought up Cultic and you responded with blood and the like. That made me remember that for years I wanted to write the definitive Serithus email about the build engine trifecta. But first, a disclaimer. Do not play Blood 2. It's really bad and deservedly forgotten part of the Monolith legacy. So the most defining feature of the build engine era is atmosphere. That's why Duke, Blood, Shadow Warrior, and even Redneck Rampage is fondly remembered despite their many flaws. Duke has that 90s action hero parody vibe. Shadow Warrior manages to channel the kung fu movies in a hilariously racist manner, while also being technically the most forward thinking. Shadow Warrior had vehicle sections and set pieces of almost Half-Life quality. And finally, Blood, the one with the strongest vibes, a strange mix of various mishmash of horror genres set to a pretty good soundtrack with varied locales, every episode having its own unique atmosphere. E2M4-5, E2M4 and 5, especially stands out with the haunted hotel aesthetics. I think I remember that. However, the greatest contrast lies here. Against its contemporaries, Quake, that was what, 1995, 1996?
In 90s. I don't
I think.
remember what year.
While Quake has some atmosphere, that being grey, blue grey, and green grey levels, the actual combat mechanics of Build Engine are sorely lacking. They went way overboard with cool, but neglected proper testing and polish. All three games have very annoying enemies that practically one shot you: Assault Commanders in Duke, Shadow Ninjas in Shadow Warrior, and the Phantasms in Blood. Or maybe they are incredibly annoying to fight: the Suicide Drones in Duke, tiny hornets in Shadow Warrior, and someone had the amazing idea to have enemies phase in and out of reality in both Shadow Warrior and Blood. The Blood one, in addition, constantly wails at you until you put it out of its misery. The other contentious issue is the weapon balancing. Once again, they went with cool instead of having something resembling a proper progression of firepower. Duke has both the freeze gun and the Devastator as high DPS rapid fire weapons, the latter being so powerful that ammo is practically non existent. Blood is tear your hair out hard because of the bullshit hit scanners waiting around the corner until you find the napalm launcher and the Tesla gun. These two make the voodoo doll the epitome of cool but ineffective, and the life leech pretty much redundant. And Shadow Warrior decided to have a pocket nuke that kills everything in line of sight of the detonation, meaning you are very likely to blow yourself up, but if an enemy ducks under the table, so yeah, the point of this email, go check out Death Wish for Blood because I kid you not, it's the best set of maps I've played in any FPS ever. Not just not just mods and indies, but it comes close to AAA level design in some places, even surpasses COD or Serious Sam. In fact, some of the user-made maps for Blood blew my mind with the levels of creativity put into them. Also, something about the final conversation of the latest Genshin patch being an utter non sequitur on such a level that it left me flabbergasted, popping the bubble of immersion for me. Like, how does that topic have anything to do with everything that we just did? Did they try to foreshadow things? Are they trying to elaborate on the background of this character? Randomly bringing up a storyline that some people might not have even done because it's a series of side missions is not how you segue into a monologue about Fontaine. Also, I can't help but notice that no new areas were added in Tevat. Wonderland, on the other hand, dot dot dot. Seraphis.
All right. Thank you for the email, Serthus. And yeah, they did handle it inelegantly in the transition, I think. But Sandrone does have ties to that, and she has been pivotal to the plot. Uh,
Well,
but
the thing is,
it's
I had a
not that
different
bad.
reaction entirely. It wasn't like to me the content is content in terms of conversations like winding conversations about obscure lore do not bother me in the slightest. They're part of the reason why I like the Honkai branches of the Hoyo game so much, because they will segue into obscure lore at the drop of a hat and spend quite some time ruminating on it. Even if the situation doesn't really call for it, because talking is a free action, am I right? Um what the scene communicated to me more was, well, yes, it has information in it, but I felt like it was to sort of underscore Sandrone's character rather than to just describe her past or the events that she historical events that she's most associated with, because basically the whole gist of her involvement in the story so far has been to, I guess, set her up as a raging tsundere, because
Is there any dare
she
in her soon with what's her face?
well well that's Well, that's the thing, right? She acts like she doesn't want to see anybody, and Columbina comments about her locking herself in her room to do research, but she doesn't ever really want to seem to let anybody go. She will tell people to get out repeatedly and then engage them in a lengthy conversation over tea, as though she didn't really want them to go after all.
Yeah, I got a little bit of
And
that. That
there's the Columbina's commentary that um she thought that it was weird that Sandrone would brew her different tea every time, but it's pretty obvious that Sandrone felt bad that she only got the crappiest tea foisted on her as offerings and is trying to show her, oh, there's more to tea than this. But of course, can't come out and admit it. Like, but basically, Sandrone is incredibly adorable despite all of her best efforts to appear otherwise. And her engaging you in an extremely lengthy conversation where she volunteers a large amount of sometimes even personal information, despite the fact that she's tried to throw you out multiple times, is just sort of, you know, a way of communicating her double-minded nature, among other things.
yeah, I do think the subject matter is going to make a lot of people, especially ones that haven't played the quests and aren't as into the world building part of the lore, make them go what, and that's going to override a lot of the character of that scene. But if you've either done the quest or you're into that stuff, I think it works fine and highlights Sandrone's character. Okay, I do think there was a more elegant way you could have uh,
Yeah, I mean,
had her
it
do
was
it.
sort of it was sort of a coda tacked on to the end, but I think that that's fine. Like they it's if they had not dealt with the situation at hand, it would be a different question. But they basically got two options, right? This can be an optional conversation or it can be a mandatory conversation. If it's a mandatory conversation, they can refer to it later. If it's an optional conversation, then they can't because people might not have seen it.
And there'll
And
be
then the second problem is, where do you put it? If this is foundational information for the next patch, you can't start a patch with a tea time event like this because you need to grab people. You don't bury the lead because a lot of people will have been, you know, on hiatus for a couple of weeks. So you don't then bring them back to tea time with Sandrone where she talks about history. Like as far as, you know, where they put it, you've got to tack it onto the end of something you can't really afford to. You don't want to put it in an event because it'll disappear then. You don't want to put it somewhere in the middle where people will forget about it because it's also not appropriate to the level of tension. It is a cooldown event because it's the sort of conversation you can only have when the main threat is dissipated, and you can't use it as an introductory sequence because it's about history but doesn't lead anywhere, and it's not exactly, you know, hype.
yeah,
So
but
it's the sort of thing that if they want to use that information, if they want to bring everybody up to date on a certain base level of knowledge, because notably you have done those quests. I have not done those quests. I bet that I got the same conversation that you did because I remember there being a lot of contextual stuff that assumes a level of knowledge that I don't have in game. I
yeah,
do from out of game because I know a bit about the lore, but this is sort of like a great leveler on people's baseline knowledge of Fontaine's events.
a good chunk of that conversation is basically the Cliff Notes version of a bunch of reveals that happen in that question.
Yeah, so I think that this was a case of like, okay, we need to set everybody on the same level in order to, because I mean, remember, they are integrating character stories into the main plot of the Archon quest throughout Not Cry. They said that was going to be the approach for this version. Sandrone is a character who's going to be playable, meaning that she's going to have a character quest that's grafted into the main story. Everybody needs to be able to understand it, so they have to lay a certain amount of groundwork. That's my take on it anyway, as far as the content is concerned.
Yeah, I
And
did.
if it's groundwork, you might as well tack it in on at the end somewhere instead of having people digress from something exciting to something sort of like doing your history class.
Once Sandrone gets put in the focus for a patch, it'll probably make a whole lot more sense because we just don't know what parts of that were so important they had to cram it in yet. Because we can't see that patch yet. It's not released yet.
Right. So rather than just eliding the entire first 4/5 of his email, we'll go back up to the top. So, GZ Doom. Well, I mean, on the upside, at least it's not troons this time, and it's not pedophiles this time. But I repeat myself. But AI code, like the AI code that works, is going to prove to be a real problem simply because it will work until it doesn't work. Because it won't have any error handling in it. It will be working for the exact situation that was requested.
AI feels like it came out like 5 or 10 years too soon. And the reason I say that because I watched my dad discover AI. Part of his job is to write EDI files that the banks use to talk to each other that are secure and communicate in a special way to handle finance stuff. Um, and he used to have to type out what the contents uh, of an EDI file in something legible to put in an email for a layman to read. But if he uploads it to like just the built-in Microsoft AI and tells it to print out something that a normal person could understand, it'll do it for him. And this has given the boomers that are not retired yet but close to it the and experiences like this the idea that AI is magic.
Yeah, I experienced this also, because, well, I'm in a technical field, and people ask me for explanations of phenomena, and they don't understand the answer, nor do they really want to know. Like, they want their problem to go away. They don't actually want to know the answer to the question. However, I dutifully give them an answer to their question, and it's completely inscrutable. And so usually one of my front-facing people will typically take it, fail to understand it themselves, and feed it to an AI and say, please just put this in normal person speak, and then give that to the customer. But I've had to tell them, no, it comes back to me first, because AIs are stupid.
Any
So you need to send the output of the AI to me to review to make sure it hasn't changed the truth into a lie, because AIs hallucinate things that they can't see. So I need to review it first.
Yeah, it is entirely up to the mood of the AI that particular RNG role how good the output is.
But without AI, we would not have the Will Stancil show.
I have seen bits of this popping up on like the forums and stuff, and do not have any clue what's going on with that.
There's not much to explain. Um, what can I say? Okay, so do you remember the Moon Man phenomenon?
Uh, the the commercial with the song.
Okay, that's close enough. Now, Serathis, I'm like 99% sure knows what I'm talking about. But there was somebody who basically suborned the Moon Man into uh sort of white supremacist memory, I guess you could say. Or at least racialist memory. I don't remember exactly because I don't really move in those circles. But at any rate, this particular person had, and that took place many years ago. Like, that's a really old, really old meme, like, 15, 20 years old meme sort of thing. But the same person is involved with the Will Stancil show, and basically Will Stancil is this Democrat lawyer. Who's basically his claim to fame is that he's the first like qualified property lawyer with a PhD in Black Studies. And basically, my understanding of the matter is that this guy, Will Stancil, was involved in cancelling the Moon Man person in some particular thing. So that's one sort of part of the origin story. The other part of the origin story is when Grok was going through Grok's Mecha Hitler phase,
Mm-hmm.
it posted a lengthy series of lurid fantasies about sexually assaulting Will Stancil
Uh-huh.
in graphic detail. And so Will
Uh-huh.
Stancil's main claim to fame came to be the first man to be threatened with rape by an AI. So these are two of the major origin points of the story, but they basically sort of come together in the fact that the product of Will Stancil becoming famous in this way and his public profile getting raised as basically a conventional white Democrat race grifter, and his involvement with the Moon Man person has resulted in the creation of the Will Stancil Show. And the Will Stancil Show is an AI generated sort of Adult Swim style cartoon, quite short, about basically about Will Stancil being an all-purpose lib shit. Um, he basically spends all his time keyboard warrioring against the fascists, and he has this black guy called Jamal who just sort of follows him around, agreeing with everything that he says,
I
and
I see.
which is where the now mimetic phrase "it do be like that, Mister Stancil" comes from.
I see. But yeah, my
But
exposure to the meme or exposure to the phenomenon is just that meme.
that meme has now spiraled out into 1,000 variants. But the gist of it is that essentially, and there's an article in The Spectator about this as well, Will Stancil now belongs to the right. Everything that he says or does in his political career is now framed by "it do be like that, Mr. Stancil." And every time he posts anything, and there's a reason why in the Will Stancil show he's a keyboard warrior, he's made like 128,000 tweets or something like that. He is the sort of person who doesn't realize that engaging with the trolls is feeding the trolls. So every time somebody criticizes him in any way for any reason, he immediately engages and thinks that this time for sure my all-purpose righteousness and intellect is going to win out. And so it spirals into a black hole. Like, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, he spent like 6 straight hours arguing with Grok.
Somebody needs to show all the boomers the internet historian video of what happened when Tumblr went to war with 4chan.
Like at any rate, his political ambitions are basically in the toilet now because he's just a right wing lolcow at this point. Every time he posts anything, there will be like 300 replies on his tweet, which just have a meme saying "it do be like that, Mr. Stancil."
I see.
I don't know why I brought this up, but oh yes, AI. Yes, because the Will Stancil show is an AI generated show, but it's still funnier than most of the crap that Adult Swim put out. So, yeah, make of that what you will.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So the Doom people use an AI to code. Uh, I already have to stop my immediate family members from reading me the AI answer when I ask them a question and they Google it. I
for several months, I was able to. Every time somebody told me about how they used AI for something at work, I would say, "Okay, now how many R's are in the word strawberry?" Or I can't remember, maybe it was raspberry, because it was a question that every AI was getting wrong on the regular.
yeah. Please tell me it's 3 and I'm not crazy.
I don't remember what the answer was that the AIs were giving, but the gist of it is that in simple terms, AIs don't AIs can't count and they can't understand and they can't know things. What they can do is determine stochastically what the most frequent answer is to a question.
Okay,
So
there are 3 R's in strawberry. I'm not going crazy.
yes, indeed. But yeah, so they just determine what the most frequent or most likely the answer that is most likely to be correct. But this is just simply, it's going to be determined by input data. It's not going to be determined by the truth valence on any given concept. So, yeah.
And more to the point of it being Doom related and a piece of software. You're putting a piece of AI code when AI is in such a primitive state right now relative to what it needs to be for something like that. There ain't no telling what that thing is done goofed with that is going to mess with something on your system. Just you just don't know what the AI was feeling that day if whoever was putting the AI code together didn't check it line by line as it spat it out. And at that point, why aren't you just writing it yourself? And there is no heckin' way anybody's going to be able to bug fix it if it was part of the AI crap that breaks in any future update. Whipped out a couch.
You do that, yes. Nefer has the special power to pull out a couch anywhere.
That
Anyway,
just
yeah,
makes everybody wet.
onto build. I played all of the classic build games back when I was in school. Basically, Quake didn't have much of an audience. It had more coherent gameplay in a lot of ways, and it was very heavy on the atmosphere in its own way. The problem was really that the atmosphere was the same everywhere. Like every single level had the same atmosphere. Um, and polygonal enemies were novel at the time, but it wasn't cool. And if you're in my age demographic at the time, rule of cool simply won out. That was what mattered.
Yeah,
Like using the shrink gun on a monster and stepping on it was way more entertaining than just firing the nail gun at it until it fell over.
I didn't play any of these games on the reg, but I did like play them once or twice. You know, at other people's houses usually. They'd be like, "Oh, check out this new game this new game," and I remember the names of these games and messing with them a bit, but they just they weren't a huge part of my childhood. They were present, but not an active presence. Because I
I
was
didn't play very much of Shadow Warrior, but I played the other ones quite extensively. Um, the I was a big advocate for Duke Nukem 3D compared to the others at the time. My friends preferred Blood or even Redneck Rampage. I think that was probably a disposition thing more than anything else. But yeah, nobody was expecting from them much of an experience in terms of like balance, and everybody did hate the enemies like a lot. Especially, I got annoyed at the enemies in underwater sections in Duke Nukem 3D where the big jelly things would just like crawl up on your face or whatever for no reason, just to be annoying.
Yeah, back then,
But,
game balance from the customers' end just wasn't as important because we were making such big strides in other areas with every new year that passed in gaming, just to see what new cool stuff and what kind of new either in, atmosphere or environment or enemy designs or just cool new mechanics that they could pump out with the new systems and hardware they had every year. That was novel enough that we just didn't care. We also weren't on the internet, so we didn't have
a
the
lot of
critical
people
lens that we have unfortunately developed.
Well, a lot of people might think about these things now, but I don't know that the games were designed with any of those factors in mind that people would discuss about now. Like, the spectacle is far more important for selling Duke Nukem than, the finer details of game balance. Like,
Yeah,
nobody bothered to ask the question about whether or not a particular combat encounter was engaging or whether it was well built or anything like that. People were interested in the fact that, oh, we're fighting in a cinema. Like, that's fun.
yeah,
That's the part people are interested in. It's not whether or not that fight was well composed from a combat perspective.
yeah.
I mean, that type of thinking led to the grey paste that was Halo Reach.
Yeah. And honestly, I think we could do a lot with more of that older style of less thought put into balance and more just focusing on what we think is a cool or fun idea just throw in the game that people like and focusing on either spectacle or atmosphere, etc.
Well, I think a lot of developers will go that way though, and not for the right reasons. Like when that type of thought starts to re-emerge in the development space, it will probably be because people have started making games exclusively for streamers
Like we
because they don't expect anybody to play the game just to watch it.
we see a lot in to use a very recent example of my current baby, Silk Song. You think for a second those developers were looking at BioWater and going, "Yeah, that's fair and balanced." No, they just thought it would be really funny, and it would be a memorable part of the game that everybody would at least talk about. And they put some cool and really hard stuff in there just because. But
It was also evolutionary, right? Because where Duke Nukem 3D was fundamentally a successor to Doom. Like that was the role that it played, and it did bridge a gap. Like if you look at the really early stuff, like you've got your Wolfenstein 3D, and then later on you've got and then sort of in that same generation you've got Blake Stone, and then you've got Ken's Labyrinth a bit on from that, and then you've got Doom coming out, and then the rash of Doom clones beyond count, and sort of parallel with that you've got Descent, and like the people who were really smug about gameplay, they were like Descent and Descent 2 are like the best thing ever. And then off to the side you've got Terminal Velocity, and then reskinned as Fury 3, which later was then unsuccessfully attempted to be revived as Hellbender, and that was sort of operating in parallel. Like that, it's not in the same genre as first person shooter, but it was sort of like it formed part of the same ecosystem at the time. Um, and then Duke Nukem 3D and the build engine were basically the proof that you could really successfully build non-abstract arenas that were related to the real world in a direct way. Like you could simulate the real world in a video game space, whereas Doom had sort of become a bit pathologically obsessed with meat walls and things. Um, the sort of like the concept of bringing setting the game in the real world with a certain amount of verisimilitude, where you've got sort of locales which ape the real world in a way that is like at least semi-convincing, was sort of something Duke Nukem 3D did, and that sort of spun off into those other build engine games at the time. And Quake was more or less an attempt to not really to directly compete with Duke Nukem 3D, although it ended up being pitted against Duke Nukem 3D, but rather it was a technical exercise in, okay, let's just do this entire thing in 3D. Like it shipped with OpenGL because at the time nobody had made the decision of like, how is rendering going to be done in 3D? Because I mean, for the longest time, OpenGL was like still in direct competition with the predominant way of doing things. Presumably it's not really anymore because it sort of faded into irrelevance as the way technology was done changed. But Duke Nukem 3D is sort of like a critical sort of evolutionary relic in terms of the thinking about games, and what they were thinking about was not whether the weapons were balanced, it's not whether the combat encounters were balanced, not whether the enemies were interesting or obnoxious. It was just about what can we do that has a sense of verisimilitude to it. What can we do in our engine that can evoke particular things we find in other genres, like the horror movie or the kung fu flick or the testosterone poisoning 80s 90s action movie. Like this was about evoking other genres within the scope of the first person shooter, which until then had more or less been restricted to the Doom slash Heretic slash Hexen axis and the things that were sort of like thrown off by it. So it's sort of evolutionary in terms of thinking not really about design, but what can the medium do. It's a question of the medium rather than of the technical specifics. I think that's really what Build Engine did for the games industry, was setting that precedent that, okay, so we can evoke things from other genres in a very direct way here. Whereas before, games were designed to be games. Like if you were designing a platformer, it was designed to be a platform game, which is why if you look at platform games which would be sort of like casually classified as superficially different dramatic genres, if you look at, say, Monster Bash and Commander Keen and Jazz Jackrabbit and Biomenace and etc. Hocus Pocus, what other ones were popular at the time? Many of them anyway. Like they might all superficially look different, but they were all designed to be a particular type of platformer. That entire Apogee stable, but it was not really. They were not trying to do something that had an external referent. They were all things which were immediately classifiable as a particular type of video game.
The
And you can see the first person shooter going down that route as well, and then kind of picked up again by Quake. So if you look at the Wolfenstein route goes into Doom and it branches off into two different directions, really. One of which was Rise of the Triad, which had more Wolfenstein genetics and no angular walls, which was very, 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 very gamey. And then the Doom into build engine sort of dynasty, where ended up being, okay, so what can we bring from other genres into this genre? And they did have angled walls. But Quake again sort of like harkened back to the lineage which Rise of the Triad, which was a part of, where the game part was paramount. Now they had sort of like the veneer being vaguely like Lovecraftian / medieval, but it was not very it was not very well expressed with any kind of like precision. It was just sort of like, oh, we'll just make it gothic. We don't really have any idea of what we're doing though, and it ended up being quite gamey as a result. And then you end up with extraordinarily gamey sequences like the boss of the first episode. But the other thing to remember about build engine games is that a lot of them were designed with marketing in mind because shareware was still a structure at the time.
mm-hmm.
So the normal experience with Duke Nukem 3D was to play only the first episode. That would be the normative experience for a lot of people. So a lot of people probably don't have the same experience, don't have memories of the experience anymore, but the normative experience back in the Apogee era was that you would just experience the first episode, usually, like the first third of the game, sometimes less than that, but usually the first third of a game, and then the expectation was that you lived in America and could write away to a mail order catalog to buy the remainder of the game, episode by episode. That was the original layout. Doesn't actually work that way for most people, though, because if you don't live in America, you can't write to the mail order catalog, which was included on the disc with every shareware thing, in order to get the rest of the game. So you just never experience it. But as such, wowing people with the weird and wonderful things in the first episode was very strongly incentivized for the developers, because that was how they would sell the rest of the game, and the rest of the game tended to be far more expensive than the first part, because the first part was basically a marketing stunt. So
And the
yeah, there's a lot of interesting historical phenomena there. I'm sure that there's somebody who give a much, much more accurate appraisal of it than me, because I'm just going off half-remembered stuff. But I'm sure there are people who have written like 4-hour video essays on the phenomenon on YouTube.
oh, I doubt it. Yeah. Right. But yeah. Hopefully the new fork does all right, and so yeah. Thank you for the email, Sarathus. I will put your recommendation in the same bucket of Doom stuff from Sarathus to one day eventually look at. Here's right. So, how do we want to go weeks? There's a lot of overlap with Genshin. Yeah, basically just a lot of overlap with Genshin. Everything else
We'll
pretty
just do the
isolated.
normal thing. Well, because I know mostly what's going to have overlaps, so I'll just pick and choose the things that I know won't, get them out of the way first, as per usual. Do I have more cough lozenges? Right. So, starting at the top, we're in more or less a beat week presently for Blue Archive, except that the main reason it's a beat week for me is because I've been busy with Genshin. The new chapter of the whatchamacallit, the Hyakuyaku Allied Academy story has come out. And I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I don't know if they released the whole thing all at once or whether it's going to be released in parts either. Not much I can say about that since I haven't read any of it. I don't think Arya's even read the first chapter, so
Yeah, no, I've been I came back and got Blue Archive started on PC just to make sure it was working, and that's as far as we got there.
yeah, they've completely removed the whole. As far as I can tell, anyway, they've completely removed the whole concept of using your own characters in the main story. So you never have to participate in any part of the game except for the main story if all you're interested in is the main story. You can treat the entirety of Blue Archive as just a visual novel if you want.
Yeah, I think
Events still require your own characters in some regards, but if you again, if you only care about the story part of even an event, if you only touch the story stages, they will. I think nowadays all of the modern events supply you with all the characters you need. So yeah, it's basically been rendered down. Optionally, you can treat this as a pure visual novel with no time investment required. Anyway, hopefully I'll get time to look at that because I want to know what's going to happen there. There's still a lot of unanswered questions dangling in the air there. Next on the ledger is... I'll skip over that. We'll go to Star Rail now. Nothing much new per se in Star Rail in game this week because of their content drought, which has basically become one of the major topics of conversation for this patch past. So there's no way they're not going to be available of it or aware of it. The feedback survey was this week, and I wrote like 1,300 words, most of them pretty negative about it. Not all of them. There were some things that I really liked about the patch, but the fundamental problem is that you can't hang your whole game on just the good bits, which are usually in the story. Like, because I'm a big fan of the Honkai branch of the Hoyoverse stories. I really like the stories. I've enjoyed M4S. It's got its problems, but generally speaking, I've really liked it. And so there is positive things to say about that, but there's still a rest of the game there that needs to be dealt with, and they are resting on their laurels something wicked. And I suppose the thing that has got the community really sort of on edge is that nobody really understands why. Because Honkai Star Rail prints money. So why is it that nothing seems to be getting done?
yeah,
And they are also, they're simultaneously allocating lots and lots of resources to their art department, and at the same time also reusing things conspicuously. So it's sort of like they're kind of flailing about in an uncoordinated fashion as far as their investment of time and resources. So yeah, and there's several other issues have become linked to this over the course of the past couple of weeks. Um, the the Star Rail fandom is incredibly toxic. They there are two things, three things that are almost universally true about the Star Rail fandom. Number one, they are all woke as shit. Number two, they're all incredibly toxic. And number three, they're all incredibly retarded. These things are, if you are to pick a random person out of the fandom crowd
pick
for
two.
Star Rail, if you no, pick three. All three, 99 times out of 100. That's how bad this fandom is. They are awful. Mostly awful people with an awful attitude. And if they didn't claim otherwise, you would think they hated the game. Now, with that as the sort of like the fundamental substrate, there is still, when they complain, they are not complaining without reason. Like, there are usually things to complain about. Now, some of the things that they complain about are in keeping with the expected level of retardation. Like, for instance, anything, practically anything related to Cyrene at this point has transcended reason into insanity. But okay, so probably it's easiest to just assess this in the order that was supplied. Okay, so this week was in the this week was the preview for the next patch. Preview stream. So
and just to interject before we get into it, because Cyrene is going to be a part of it. I have seen bits and clips of the Cyrene drama even punched through my feed, and as somebody that does not have the Honkai Impact Third attachment to this character, I don't have a dire ducking clue what the heck everybody's raging out about. So when we get to that part, just keep that in mind.
The reality is, I don't think that they do either. And the more attached they are to Elysia, the less rational their objections to Cyrene seem to become. And okay, so basically, the gist of it is that 3.7 is going to be the M4S finale, functionally. The story's all going to be brought to a close and tied up. The grand final confrontation with Iron Tomb or whatever is going to... Well, I don't know if it's going to end up being Iron Tomb in the end. I don't know the story. Story spoilers are out there. Be careful. I've seen one or two people bemoan the fact that they accidentally ran across it because they move in, like, leaker circles. But, I don't know what the story is going to be, but it will be tied up here. Now, the big point of contention... There are two big points of contention, and both of them are about Cyrene. Number one, people are objecting to Cyrene's story, and number two, people are objecting to Cyrene's in-game kit design. Those are the two biggest ones. There's a host of other, related sub-whinges. So, in regard to Cyrene's story, I think that this is irrational. This is an irrational complaint to complain about Cyrene's story, because the conspicuous thing about Cyrene in the story so far is that everything in the story hangs on what she does, but she never explains how come. Like, she breaks all of the rules for reasons that are never explained. She can do things and know things that other people just don't. And she has not been provided with any explanation for this phenomenon. Where does she fall in the hierarchy? Why is it that she can go from being like, oh, nominally Chrysos Heir of Time, to actually Chrysos Heir of Time has been supplanted now by Evernight, and yet she still somehow manages to slip into the cracks in the world and have a major influence on things. So it's very obvious just by looking superficially that her story has functionally not been told yet. And part of the way Amphoreus is going to be rounded up will be based around who exactly is Cyrene, what's her investment here, how come she's able to do all of these things, what's her real identity, because she seems to, and this is the part where she actually is related to Elysia, an entity that seems to sort of flit through the world frictionlessly without touching on anything on either side, which is very, very characteristic of Elysia. That was sort of the person Elysia was in Honkai Impact 3rd. She's not part of the normal cycle of the world in Honkai Impact. She is very, very interested in the world, and she likes people a lot and treats them with a great deal of affection when she even becomes passingly close to them. And that's just the sort of person she is. But she's not part of it in a direct way until you're looking at it from the far end of the end, when it becomes evident that actually, while she always stood off to the side, she was the integral thread in the end that wove the whole thing together. But everybody is looking at Elysia from the point of view of Alicia's story being over. They've already had Honkai Impact's version of 3.7, where all of Alicia's story was revealed and stitched into the main plot. All of the reasons why she was the sort of Fae-like presence who was always around and always influential, but nobody could really understand how she could get away with this bullshit. All of that got tied up in Honkai Impact 3rd. And that patch hasn't happened yet in Honkai Star Rail. So complaining that that Cyrene's story is not as good as Alicia's is idiotic, because Alicia's whole story has already been written, and Cyrene's we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, one would think
Now,
in
it's
the
entirely
patch that
possible.
features her as a banner character, she might have a bit of a presence.
It's entirely possible that they will bobble the ball horribly, and Cyrene will end up being a terrible character who is not properly fleshed out, doesn't make sense, and is just trading on Alicia nostalgia. Like, a sufficiently cynical approach to writing could have her wind up that way, but that's something you've got to judge in retrospect. You can't just decide that's going to be the case ahead of time. The main reason that people have launched headlong into this way of thinking, I think, is that her design as a character is obviously Alicia. It doesn't look anything like Cyrene. There's almost certainly a story reason for this, and they hinted it in the previews explicitly, like the host being Albert, as usual, who is, you know, despite being a snowy owl, the blackest black man to ever be black. And I'm pretty sure Albert's VA is also black. But who is it? Is it Bill Butts?
Very good.
But they explicitly say there are two Alicias, because you see Alicia here and you see Alicia there, and Alicia as a remembrance character, well, not Alicia, we'll say Cyrene. Cyrene as a remembrance character summons Cyrene as Cyrene's memo sprite.
Yes, it's Bill Butts.
And yeah. And he is a very black man, is he not?
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Cyrene summons Cyrene as Cyrene's memo sprite. That's her character as a playable mechanic within the game. And this should be a hint that you don't understand the whole story about Cyrene, should it not? I mean, if you look at Cyrene's design also as she appears as the little girl Cyrene in the game, it's very obvious that she could not round out the story looking like that, because if you look at her design, she's basically wearing a coat which is based on Nanook. Like, all of the design cues are from the Destruction there, but she's not going to round out the story fighting on the side with Destruction, is she? So, like, if anybody takes a reasonable look at it, they can see, okay, so we don't have enough of the cards face up on the table yet. Drawing conclusions about Cyrene having poor character development and no story is kind of premature. Perhaps you should not do that. That would be dumb. But yeah, so that's that side of things. On the much more credible side of things, but still ridiculously overblown, is her kit. Now, her kit looks kind of jank in a lot of ways. I've discussed before the biggest reason for that. The biggest reason being that it has, as part of the mechanics, variables which are named characters. So when, named character X becomes target of this ability, named character X will gain these particular extremely powerful buffs, etc. Now, there's fundamentally no problem with that, except that it's going to date the character, and essentially she's too good of a fit for the Remembrance team because she's a Remembrance character and doesn't slot as well into any of the other teams. Like, she has good buffs for Aglaia, but it remains to be seen whether or not that engine would actually work. In fact, without testing, I would not bet on it. But the conspicuous thing, and I haven't been able to confirm this myself because I'm not familiar enough with Cyrene's kit, having not played in beta, but people are saying that the version that they use in the preview conspicuously differs from the norm in that it's a version that is E6, which is bordering on false advertising as far as the way it will be perceived. because almost nobody's going to have C6 Sirenes, just statistically, but they're advertising her as a C6 character. So I think that's shady. And of course, when she's got all of her eidolons, most of the rough edges on her design are going to be filed off by her raw power. So it's not really good for demonstration purposes. But the main objection that people have to her, well, other than the fact that she's going to be tied to the effectiveness of Chrysos air comps, which may come and go, depending. Nobody knows how fast they'll fade out of relevance. Judging by how redonkulously powerful Premium Remembrance is currently, if they make Premium Remembrance obsolete extremely quickly, that's going to say really perilous things about where the power ceiling has come to rest in 4.x, because that will basically mean that I feel like at this point Remembrance leads the other archetypes by enough of a margin that if they made it redundant, every other comp in the game would immediately also be redundant.
Yeah, they would have to go back and do a whole like another pass of major updates.
Like every single character would need an overflare. Like all of the main DPS would need an overflare to bring everybody else's numbers back to relevance. You might be able to get away without doing the supports, but like you would need to do Nova Flare Facial, you'd need to do Nova Flare Firefly, you'd need to do Nova Flare Black Swan. Like everybody would need it in order to get people back on the same playing board. So while it's natural in gachas with major DPS teams to fall out of the meta in their time, Elysia's fate is going to be tied to whichever of those is most effective. So that's going to date her. She's got she's got an expiry date stamped on her already. But the other thing that people are complaining about is her ramp time. She's got a 24 point gauge to fill up to use her ult. And the problem is basically that, number one, it's very slow to fill. Number two, it's almost impossible to fill without using Chrysos ears to fill it, apparently. Now, this is a different problem, and I don't think the problem is that she ramps too slowly. I think the problem is that the game is obsessed with zero cycling. Because everything is about speed. That's the problem with her kit. The problem is not in her kit, the problem is in the core game design. That there is no other way to play than to zero cycle. Or at least everybody is on that sort of road heading towards the zero cycle, whether or not they ever actually get there. The whole point is to do it as fast as possible. And ultimately, if the design centers around that, then
Giving
the
up a
power
few
creep will be
cycles.
accelerated.
Yeah, having to give up a few cycles for Cyrene puts her in an awkward spot.
Yeah, because the cycles matter too much, basically, where they really shouldn't. So you end up in that basically will force development of new character kits into this position where there are only two outcomes to a character. Either they power creep the game, or people refuse to use the character because the character doesn't power creep the game. Because moving ever faster is the only currency. So yeah, this is a fundamental design problem, and they need to find a way to shake it off and quickly before it seizes control over the entire system even further, or rather before it cements itself in a way that you can't winkle out of it. So yeah, I think those are the two major problems with Cyrene. There are other things tied in here though, but we will come back to them. Oh no, actually, it's better to just mention up front. So they are having another, what in Honkai Impact 3rd would be a spending event, but in this case is just a buy a currency event that everybody is offended by and hates. Now, I have to confess to having bought out the previous spending event because I was just basically doing my yearly buy of all of the bonuses, because I spend money on Star Rail, and that's my habit, is to just get the bonuses. And since it aligned with the spending event, I happened to get all the spending event bonuses as well. Now, in this case, the problem is that it doesn't align with any bonuses. So this is just like a hard spending event where you've got to just buy 20,000 Anorak shards if you want the whole set of things. And I don't think there's going to be that many people who are really into that this time, because it's going to be really hard to reach. Need another cough drop.
That's That's like what, $300+?
Where is it? Like, I need to try and find the freaking. I don't actually have it here.
Actually, I
I
can
don't
use
think.
Genshin's wiki.
Oh, here we go. So this time the spending event items are, first one is just like, upgrade item trash. The teardrops. Second one is relic crafting thingy. What are they called? I can't
Oh,
remember what they're called.
yeah,
The
the
melting looking thing.
yeah, the cute the the D8.
No, not the D8.
Oh, the other
The
one.
the material that you use to craft with, that is not the tiny shard one, but
Oh,
the one that you use to customize to build custom relics. That I can't remember the name of all of a sudden. It's not, my brain is just not throwing it up, not throwing up the word.
sanctified elixir equivalent.
No.
Um,
Yes, I don't know, because you're just using terminology I don't understand. Because every game has a different one,
yeah,
and they've just been sort of they've been chucked into the mental equivalent of that box of wires that everybody has. So I can't remember what it was called, but the thing that you use to craft relics.
the stuff we
So
get
the
from
first
battle
one,
passes and events anyway.
yeah, that thing, the golden melting looking thing. Um, I don't actually know what it's a picture of because I've never really looked at it all that closely. So first thing is just is generic material. Second one is one of those. Third one is the mem hat for people that want a mem hat for their trailblazer, so their trailblazer can wear the cadaver of mem on their head, I guess.
Oh, it's a
Um,
pretty good reward.
the fourth one is another one of those relic crafting things. The fifth one is the D8, and the sixth one is another golden spirit thing to buy a character from the shop. Now, tied into this, in 6.7, Topaz and Numby's signature are being added as purchasable from that shop for the gold spirits. For people that actually get those. And apparently they're planning to also give out one of those gold spirits in the next patch. So people will be able to buy a character from the shop. So if they want to get, a Topaz and Numby, or Eidolon for a Topaz and Numby, or of
It,
course Ranmei or Locha or anybody.
if you happen to have any kind of follow-up team with a face shell, just get Topaz and Numby.
I mean, I think that I would not recommend doing that. I would recommend just holding tight to see if they do a Nova Flare for one of those characters first, because if they leave follow up on the shelf, it's just going to be further behind in 4.x. I don't
Yeah,
think they will, but no. Well, there's another reason you might want an invested follow up character that I'll get to later. But now the final reward on the spending event at like 20,000 Oniric shards is a special bow for Cyrene. So this basically just changes the visuals of her bow and changes the visuals of some of her idols. Like, it changes the swing that she sits on in her idol because it's Cyrene, so of course she's going to sit on a swing. And the thing that generated the most retarded outrage was, one of the things that changes is when in her alt animation you see tons of those little shards of glass of the sort that you see on any character's Eidolon page, right? So, which have like little images of Cyrene in them in her alt. Now, it changes those images if you have her special bow to scenes of her and the Trailblazer from their adventure.
oh, and they're all Kalis.
But they're all Kalis because that was what they showed. And so there's this massive outpouring of rage, impotent rage about how this is lesbian erasure. It's like, none of you chumps actually use Kalis anyway, so you're not going to see Kalis there, right? It's going to be Stell. And the other thing is that they have all just decided that Elysia was some lesbian icon, Never mind that all of the playable characters in Honkai Impact 3 are female, and nearly all of the characters in the story are female. Like this, the thing with Elysia is that, like in fact, the entire point of her character as a whole was that she was in love with humanity, which is why they call her Honkai Jesus, because she loved humanity. She didn't really love. She was not romantically attached to any particular individual. At least that was not my reading of her character, because what she loved was humanity, which was, and that was in defiance of her nature, because she was a Hersher, and the purpose of Hershers is to rein humanity in by killing nearly all of them. But they've decided that she's a lesbian icon because of the time that she spends with May, and May becomes very attached to Elysia. May's closest thing to a canonical romantic relationship is with Kiana. So you could say, oh no, that's the lesbian relationship there. We don't need another one. But no, apparently they want Elysia to be a lesbian as well, because all of Elysia's closest companions were all female. Well, yeah, but that's true of every character, because nearly every character in the story is a female. Like, this isn't about her being an icon of anything. But May does become very attached to Elysia, but it never, to me, it never really had any romantic overtones. I don't think it was sort of like a very oddly close, slightly codependent relationship on someone who's sort of like a fickle big sister character that May depended on very much in order to sort of like maintain an even keel in the world when things were really rough. But the whole purpose of her doing so was that she could get back to Kiana. Like, that was where May's vision was always fixed on Kiana. The whole reason that she went down a dark path was to find a way to protect Kiana from herself. So deciding that, oh no, this is about being in lesbians with Elysia is kind of weird. Same thing applies to Eden. Like, Eden and Elysia were close, but they weren't that close. But this is complicated by the fact that Elysia's mode of interacting with every character is to flirt with them, or at least do what would be perceived by any other person and any other normal person as flirting. She always is a little bit too close and a little bit too affectionate with everybody, but she interacts with literally everyone and everything this way. There are no exceptions. So yeah, that doesn't make any sense. But people have this idea of her in their minds that they have built up, and so in their mind, Cyrene is directly equivalent to Elysia, and Elysia is the lesbian goddess. So them showing Kalis in these scenes in the previous show is Hoyo being homophobic. Yep,
I mean,
that's where they arrive immediately.
I just kind of assumed they called everything homophobic all the time, and just don't know why it would be significant.
Well, the thing is, the reason why I find this so perverse is that they always do this in this case for something that they purportedly love very much, which is the Hoyo games. But like I said, if they didn't tell you that they liked them, you would think they hated them, because they only ever treat them with hostility. So, yeah. Anyway, the spending event seems like it's a very odd time to deploy it with a very odd reward, because while I'm sure a lot of people are going to pull for Cyrene because of the nostalgia factor of Elysia, and I mean, I might end up pulling for her even if she's useless, because reality is that I spent very little time with Elysia in geographical time, in sort of like real world time, because I played the whole story at once in Honkai Impact 3rd. But I still became quite attached to her, because she's just the sort of character you become attached to, and she's good at tugging on the heartstrings in her role in the story. And if Cyrene manages to pull off the same thing, well, I might end up getting fooled into pulling for her. Maybe not, because I'm kind of fixated on Constance right now. But although it was a sort of a funny aside, Narissa Ravencroft got very confused because she kept seeing Constance fan art, and she was like, "This is another character apparently, but it looks like they're drawing fan art of me." People had to explain to her that Constance is a character from Honkai Star Rail who just happens to look almost exactly like you.
I see.
But
Yeah,
but yeah.
My
So yeah, I gone.
my poll decision on Cyrene as because after the last anomaly arbitration and seeing how team restrictive it is, my has only pushed me into a more mechanical mindset for Star Rail pulling. And whether or not I pull Cyrene is basically whether or not I can use her as life support for the Uglaya team, which we won't know until at least a few days after the patch comes out.
Yeah, I don't know how well that's going to work. People aren't talking about it, but that might just be because the Aglaya team is kind of old hat and
It,
doesn't fall neatly into one of those archetype boxes
and
because it's the Aglaya archetype.
yeah, it's its own archetype, and it's a really janky engine to test and start.
But yeah, I'm currently leaning on the don't pull side. If I pull for Cyrene, it will probably be an emotional decision because m- basically on among my teams, she's almost certainly going to get jammed in the Remembrance team. But unless the Remembrance team somehow suddenly falls off without her, which I can't really imagine happening, there's not really much reason for me to use her because people are saying that she just doesn't work that well with Hysolins, which is my main teams that I like to use on the regular are my break team and my dot team. She doesn't have any effect with break because super break doesn't exist in Amphorius. They never invented breaking. And the people say she just doesn't work that great with Hysolins. Like there's just not really any reason to jam her in there. She uplifts performance, yeah, but you might as well uplift her performance with anybody else. It's going to be a side grade at best, which only leaves my team constructed to be premium simply because Castorus is cute, which is my Remembrance team. And from all accounts, unless you heavily invest Cyrene, she's just a side grade for that team as well. So there's not a compelling mechanical reason to pull her. So it would be a totally emotional decision if I decided to pull her. And since I am pathologically invested in Break, if Constance is a Break character, then I'll probably pull her instead. And if Constance is a Dot character, well, I'll pull her for Dot instead. Because both of those are more likely than her being another character for the Remembrance team.
Your Heist lens is for when I need to bust out the Acheron team for farming to make Doc Karan great again.
Wait, does that actually work?
Yeah, it does, surprisingly, with new Kafka. And my Kafka's not optimally built either. She's double speed setted.
Well, I mean, that's not bad for Kafka.
No, it's second best, but it's her stats are very bad. But it still makes her hit really hard.
Anyway, yeah, so yeah, it's an odd time for a spending event on a character that's already controversial, giving a controversial benefit, which is to say a purely cosmetic one that people are strangely upset about depending on their quarter of the fandom. And yeah, just generally speaking, it's a weird time to do it. I guess they're just expecting, well, what I'm concerned about is that their level of cynicism has reached the point where now they know, everybody knows that the last known version on beta of Cyrene required E2 in order to significantly excel. And therefore lots of people are going to buy currency. So now is the time for a spending event to grease the wheels.
If,
I
if
hope that's not what they're thinking.
I wonder if they just wasted all their money on Milliester Wonderland and they need to recoup cost.
At any rate, it's not really a great look, but they, you know, I guess they're hoping that they're softening the blow by giving away that golden spirit to get a 5-star out of the shop if you want one. I think I'm still sitting on a golden spirit, and so I'll be sitting on 2. I don't know what I'm going to use them on. I don't know who I'm hoping to see appear in the shop. Maybe I'll go the Topaz route if she gets reworked. Maybe she'll get reworked. Maybe they'll rework somebody else on it
I
for
would
the
say
team.
you could grab her just to get Numby, but guess who they power crept that you with a character you've already got? Heard of
Yeah, I
power
can just
creeping my Numby.
the vibe checker and find all the chests that way.
Can't believe they power
But
crept Numby like that. It's so rude.
but yeah, So yeah, that's that as far as that's concerned. So the way the banners are happening this time is they are having Sirene's banner be the entire version, basically. It's going to be up for the entire version. So you've got plenty of time to make your decision. Instead of having cycling her on a cycling banner, she's just going to be there the whole time. And the cycling banners are going to be Kratos air banners. So phase 1 is going to be a triple banner of Hyacine, who's basically mandatory for everything, Casterus, who's of course mandatory for the Casterus team, and Tribby, who's of course the best universal support. All these guys going to be on the same banner. So yeah, and that's phase 1. Phase 2 is a lot more gentle, because it's fine on Cypher Mighty. So basically, all the people who are now jealous of the Finon users for having all of that output can get their Finon. The people who missed Cypher because she was at a bad time and want her support power, they can get Cypher. People who just want to stare at Mighty's body all day can get Mighty. But it's going to probably not get as many sales, I would say, as the first banner, because there's a lot of people who have been champing at the bit for a Hyacinth rerun.
Everybody that wanted to grind meat on Mighty's abs pulled him on his first banner.
Pretty much, yeah. So yeah, I think that first banner is going to see a lot of action. I mean, honestly, Hyacinth's such a good character that's very tempting to go a bit more vertical on her, but it's probably not a good decision from a Jade economy point of view. I mean, I've got E0 S1. Like to when you build Hyacinth vertically, the only thing that she applies to really is HP based teams, and I think that HP teams are going to end up going on hiatus in 4.x.
Yeah, they just did a lot of them, and a bunch of the reworks were HP based.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
Barbara.
like Blade and Jingliu are both revamped for HP. The entire Remembrance cast are HP based. Mighty is HP based. Like I think that we're just going to see them put that one on rest mode for a while.
Like the only Crisis Air that doesn't have an interaction with HP is flipping Aglaya.
Hysolins doesn't really. She's pretty much pure attack.
I guess so.
She doesn't even care about crit. It's just attack, 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 and more attack. I didn't even build speed on her. I don't think my Hysolins even wear speed boots.
Oh, believe me, I know. She never gets a turn.
But it doesn't matter. She doesn't need turns to do damage.
No. But
yeah, so I think that we're going to see probably HP fall off in relevance. So going deep on Hyacine is probably not a good idea. But if you don't have a Hyacine, like you need your boy Ika on your side, man.
that pony does a lot of damage.
He does.
Like
he does work. How can he do so much work and still be so fat?
I mean, he needs some assistance. Hyacine's got to like punt him on the rainbow.
Then again, like if you do decide, no, I want to use Remembrance Premium throughout the entirety of 4.x, like this is going to be the banner for you. Go deep on Hyacine, go deep on Castrus, go deep on Tribby, and it'll probably work for all of 4.x without too much effort.
Even then, like Tribby and Hyacine are, if you really just have money burning a hole in your pocket, they're probably not bad investments at all. That like
I've already got Tribby at E1, S1, and I don't think more than that is very economical, so I probably wouldn't. But her E1 is quite good. So if you are the sort of person who's just going to spend away, then that one's worthwhile, I think.
Yeah, I always steal your trivia of mine.
Tribby's use cases are like they're difficult to calculate if you care a lot about it. Like, because there's certain numbers of targets that she really falls off on. Like, the fewer the targets, the worse she performs generally. But it's sort of hard to work out where the breakpoints on her performance are to sub in somebody else. So
yeah, but then you take her off the team, and all of a sudden the team does like half the damage.
Yeah, she's just a good catch-all support. I don't think like she works better the more HP centric the team build is. But I use her on teams that have built no HP whatsoever, and she still works great.
Yeah.
So
and I still cram Hyacine on what everybody wants, the fat pony. Acheron wants the fat pony for debuffs.
Aglaya doesn't.
Aglaya does not want the fat. Well, if she could get away with it, she would want the fat pony. She just wants Wopo more.
Wuwa is adorable. But yeah, so it's an odd banner pattern, but yeah, I'm hoping that I can just hold firm and save because I need more Jade for Constance.
There's a
I'm hoping
character.
Constance will be applicable to one of the teams that I use. So
There's a character if they ever put on the gold tickets. Most people should consider grabbing if they still don't release any new energy regen characters in the meantime. Like,
whoa,
whoa,
whoa.
she's just a
I
good
think that
tool to have in
she's
the box.
I think that she's probably too premium in nature for them to do that, but then again, probably everybody who's going to roll on her already has, so
Yeah, I have E1S1 uh Wowo
you
because
got you got S1 for Wowo, even though her signature is terrible?
I was trying to get a different light cone on the banner I pulled it on, one of the 4-star ones,
Oh, I see.
and it just kind of came. Like, well, I'll take it.
It's not very good.
No, like
Like
it's a
amongst signatures, it's probably one of the worst, other than maybe Luocha.
no. It
Luocha's
was
is better for other characters that are not Luocha, probably.
yeah no. Wopo's uh S1 came just by accident. Like, well, lost, lost that early, but I'll take it and pretend it didn't happen.
Anyway, so what are the other things? Now, there's the usual sort of bits and pieces and little events and the. So they're doing the Relic Recon event. Uh, I'm not really sure exactly how it's structured, but the implication seems to be that you'll basically just get for doing the story. It seemed like they were talking about the story that you would get chests that you can open to just build up your set of relics, and that by the end you go through the relic. By the end of going through the Relic Recon event, you will have a relatively good, well groomed set of relics for one set for one character. So basically, a character that is poorly or not geared, you can completely revamp their gear through using this event. That's a theory.
Of
Fine details they were very vague on, but I am almost certainly going to spend the 2 ornaments slots on freaking Lushaka because everybody wants Lushaka.
yeah, there's no Shaka sets. The
Although
funny thing
I
is,
suppose
due
if
to
I
the
want
nature of it, it's going to be real hard to replace it without just making Lushaka 2 that you now have to replace all your Lushakas for.
ugh. Yeah, though that's sort of the problem is that Lushaka superseded so many different sets all at once by being just too good. Like, I'm currently trying to rebuild my Fushuan because Lushaka changed the game for Fushuan and basically made speed builds better than HP builds for her because it's just now better to just use the little bit of healing that you get more often by building her for speed and energy regen than building her like a raw HP tank the way you used to. So I need to completely revamp her build now and get another Lushaka with energy regen rope. Somehow.
Crafted a lot of energy region ropes.
Yes, or ERR speed plus something else. Um the main minigame type event this time is an event called Snack Dash, which is about the cake cats. And I really didn't understand the description of it they gave. I love the cake cats dearly. However, I don't understand what they're asking you to do. Basically, it's sort of like horse racing, except there's like an obstacle course race with various types of obstacles on it, and different cake cats have different abilities. And this is another matchmaking type multiplayer event, except that everybody will basically pick their preferred cake cat that they think is going to be the victor of the race, and their fate will now be tied to the success of this cake cat. And you can get various items and things that you can sort of toss onto the field during the race to either encourage your cake cat to perform better on the obstacle course or to interfere with other people's cake cats. So,
Aha. Uh-huh.
yeah, it's very strange, but I love me some cake cats. Um, I think that's most of the shrapnel. Um, Now the main the main thing, other than the story in this, is the introduction of currency wars. So they are slowing down the refresh rate for Divergent Universe to once every 2 weeks, and having it alternate with currency wars, which is going to be a similar sort of reward pool, where you do this on this week, and then you build up your reward points, and then you claim your fistful of rewards. I feel like the Divergent Universe rewards pack that you get when you've done your Divergent Universe for the week is one of the more rewarding weeklies. Like, you feel like you actually genuinely get some cool stuff out of those each week. But this is going to alternate with it, and it's got a similar sort of spread of rewards. Although, it seems like they are on a quest to make it easier and easier for you to put your pants on. Because they are also adding to the rewards track the tickets that make you do a farming stage instantaneously.
I see.
So you won't even have time to put your pants on anymore. But at any rate, rewards aside, it's basically the reward structure is going to be pretty much the same as it is for Divergent Universe. Now, what this game mode is it's based around 10-man teams. So you have a 4-man team that is your combat team, but you also have a deck of 6 backup characters that all have various effects. Now, these may be directly correlative to their normal combat abilities, or they might not be. But basically they add a bunch of support. Like, for instance, you can say if you add Fu Xuan to your backline, her ability to restore the health of her teammates will go off as though she were on your front line if she's in your supporter line.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so that type of thing, right? And there might be other characters where it will add abilities to the action queue and so on and so forth. And there might be other modifiers as well. They used that weird fake language to hide what everything was. So I don't really know. It's all translatable if you care, but I don't know exactly what they are. But it's going to be an almost like it looked the some of the earlier stuff that I saw of it. Now I'm not really sure on the fine grain detail, but some of the stuff looked actually. They had a preview. I wonder if I can track it down. Maybe here. But basically, in addition to your conventional teams and their individual abilities, they're adding basically bond things, and this is based kind of on the Fate event, except that you increase the bond rating by having characters of either a particular archetype or a particular faction or that type of thing in total. So if you have like lots of characters from the Shansho Lofu on the team, then there'll be a bond bonus that will be associated with that. If you have lots of characters with follow-up attacks, then there'll be a bond bonus associated with having lots of follow-up attacks. So, like, Shansho characters, the demonstration sort of stuff they use, that if you have heaps of Shansho characters, then it will add Lightning Lord to your turn cycles for bonus damage. If you have lots of characters associated with the war against the Borisin, then it will summon like Borisin mobs on your side to help you in combat, which can evolve over time and eventually become your own Hule.
About to say, find a way to give the player Hule so that he's never not in the spotlight.
If you have heaps of follow-up characters, and of course there's going to be overlaps between these bonds as well, right? And that'll be part of the strategic decision is like, how deep do you go, or do you go broad on getting lots of different effects or whatever. There's a follow-up one where it will add a basically a a persona all-out attack to the turn order where they all do their follow-ups.
Huh.
And there's one where for like characters that spend HP, there's a thing which will cause the arena to basically burn the targets based on the amount of HP you've spent so far, sort of thing. So you will have an incentive to drain heaps of HP to make the arena do damage to the targets. There's one where they showed one where you can basically any skill that you can spend multiple skill points on in the same turn, you can do it infinitely. You just spend as many as you want, and they also will get bonuses the more you spend, sort of like in the Try Not to Laugh event.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the characters that are associated with uh, the Genius Society and with the Herta space station, so Ranmei, Herta, Dr. Ratio, and all of that, they have this weird one where you stack cake cats for bonuses, but they didn't bother to explain what cake cats have to do with bonuses or how you stack them. Just that you stack cake cats, and it gives you bonuses. The
I
more cake cats you stack up.
I see.
And then there's another one where basically the more Stellaron hunters you field, the more effects you get, and you'll get special assist abilities. Like I think it's basically like the best geared Stellaron hunter that you put on the field becomes designated as sort of like the main Stellaron hunter if you've got the Stellaron hunter bonus. And like in the case of Firefly, she'll do like she has an alternative sort of alt nuke ability that she gets when she's supported by the other Stellaron hunters and that sort of thing. So yeah, there's basically there's going to be a variety of bonuses, and you're going to combine the bonds in various ways, and you can sort of earn special gear pieces, which will give effects, presumably like the playing pieces you get in the Fate event and things like that, which will improve individual characters. And by and large, it seems to be sort of structured in a kind of anomaly arbitration-ish way, in that you're just facing off against bosses or something like that. But yeah, there's not a lot of clarity on exactly what it's going to look like. So it's going to pretty much be a case of we'll have to wait and see how it actually all plays out. But they are also going to make available to everybody a full deck of those like characters that are sort of like built and at max level. Like they're not perfectly built, they'll be like at rank 8 out of 10 for their skills, and they'll have like decent but not perfect gear type of thing. They're basically making a full set of those available, so you can basically build any type of team that you want. You don't actually have to pull every single Stellaron hunter if you want to use every Stellaron hunter type of thing. So yeah, this is going to be a major permanent addition to the game that is going to be sort of like the other game mode you can play if you don't feel like doing Divergent Universe, and it will have its own sort of like it'll have its own rewards track, both an ongoing rank one and weekly one. And since they're going to be resetting on alternating weeks, you don't need to do both of them every week, so it's not increasing the amount of weeklies you have to do. You can also get immersifiers out of the Currency Wars mode, but the immersifiers you get from Currency Wars don't require you to actually fight the battle. You can just basically spend an immersifier to gacha for the planet ornaments you want.
See.
So, yeah. So, we don't really know much about how it will play out in practice. Only the people who have been in beta do that. But it's going to basically be an alternative way of spending your time as sort of like a permanent evergreen combat mode. I think that's generally an addition to that the game needs. The game needs more just sort of like stuff to do. Um, what I think is really lacking is, like, I think that what the game really, really needs is not just more stuff to do, but more stuff to do in the world. Like a reason to go and have a bit of a wander, you know?
Yeah, I think that would help tremendously.
And I write that in every single feedback survey, but they haven't managed to do it yet. But they've made that job so much more difficult for themselves than they needed to by early decisions like Acheron and Finon's techniques and that sort of thing. And the fact that environment combat basically doesn't give rewards in as far as matters, because the materials you get from fighting mobs are so comically redundant, comically abundant. So yeah. At any rate, so that's basically the gist of the HSR previews. There's probably bits and pieces that I missed in there, but because I didn't take notes this time, because I was too busy. but yeah, I have reasonable confidence that the story will round off in a relatively satisfying manner. Whether or not they stick the landing perfectly or whether they stumble, I don't know, but I think it'll probably be passable. I think they're reasonably capable of doing that. But the rest of it is just like, well, there are so many unaddressed problems here in terms of your general game structure, and I know that 3.7 is not really the time that you're going to address those, but if you had acknowledged that you're working on something, that would have helped. Mind you, when they do acknowledgements that, okay, we see this as a problem and we're working on this, that, and the other feature that we think might be able to address that, at least in part, they usually, for some reason, don't put that content into previews. They usually do a developers radio blog post for that type of stuff. Like pretty much all of the details on how they were going to address like story replay and that were all announced through that method long before they were ever appeared as features on the preview streams. So yeah. The hosts for the preview stream this time were the voice actors in English, because I watched these in English, were the voice actors for Stel and Cyrene and the Herta. And Stel's new voice actor, I can sort of see why people didn't like her. I'm not saying I think she's bad, but I can sort of see that she seems kind of like, her normal speaking voice is kind of jarringly sober and mature
Yeah,
compared to the previous one.
she is way more intense than Old Stell.
Like, Old Stell was very, head empty, swing back.
Mm-hmm.
This one is sort of like kind of playing against type compared to what we're familiar with. Cyrene was Cyrene, and the Herta was the Herta. Like, I don't know what the Herta's voice actress's performance is like in story. I kind of like the portrayal that I've seen her do in the streams, though. It seems to be reasonably good. Maybe it's a little bit of a it's a little bit flanderizing, but I think it's an all right performance. But it's not enough to get me to use the Ian voice track. No, thank you. I think I'll be fine. But when they did the trailer for the new version, they always do the trailer at the start. Any line said by Lygus in a trailer sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh no, that was a Lygus line. You can tell because I could hear the scenery being munched on.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it really stands out. Anyway, that's Star Rail. That patch will launch on the 5th of November, I believe. So it's a little way away yet. Another week and a couple of days. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the story ends, but I'm honestly at least as much looking forward to seeing, number one, how do people react in meat space to the launch of Cyrene, because there's a lot of discourse about it, but because the Hoyo quote fans unquote are so noisy, it's sort of hard to tell what the actual temperature is of the player population. And I'm also more interested than any of that to see, like, well, what actually lies ahead now. Once the sort of the Amphorius exercise is a sealed deal, how are they going to approach the next major chapter? Like, what are they going to have learned from this experience, and how will they apply those lessons going forward? That's what I'm really interested in, because honestly, that the transition from 3.x to 4.x will probably make a lot of my decisions for me on and how much I invest in the game going forward. Because I'm quite invested because I like the story and I like the characters, and I've spent a lot of money by anybody's standard, except for an ultra whale standard on the game, because I just like the characters that much. And I like the game, and I don't have the sort of the challenges of me attempting to play an action game that I do in ZZZ that make me reluctant to invest horizontally, because if I invest horizontally in ZZZ, then the learning burden becomes too high for somebody like me. Um, Whereas I don't have to deal with that in Star Rail because there's not so much mechanical operation required for a character. But what how I continue to value the game depends on what lessons they learn from 3.x and what they bring forward into 4.x. If they just try and do the same crap over again without learning anything, and with the content volume continuing on a downward slope, then I will probably just dial back on it, because it won't be worth it anymore to keep investing.
Yeah.
Like, as in terms of the amount of time I spend playing, Wuwa has pretty much completely supplanted the time that was previously spent on Star Rail, simply because Star Rail isn't supplying me with things to do. By contrast, I spend the same amount of time in ZZZ that I did before, and the same amount of time in Genshin that I did before. It's just Star Rail that's fallen off a cliff, because there's nothing to do.
Yeah, I remember
So all of that time is being diverted over to Wuwa now, which provides me with an abundant amount of stuff to do.
I remember early on we were thinking, if they keep releasing stuff at this cadence, you're never going to run out of stuff to do, because they had a bunch of big events that just kept coming out and getting archived in the permanent event thing. And then I got caught up, and it was right when uh Counterfoot Girl, or what's her name, starts with a Y.
Yunli.
Yeah, Yoon Lee was out, and it was right after the War Dance event with Luca, and that cadence of events just ground to a practical stop, and I was able
Yeah,
to
it just
catch up
sort
on
of
all the events.
yeah, it sort of crashed out all at once, and stuff stopped happening. And that was also when they transitioned to quote events unquote, which are basically auto playing Facebook mini games, as Seraphis calls them.
Yeah,
Like, they weren't, but that was basically not a thing before then, and then it became a thing. And yeah, it's been all downhill as far as content quantity has gone since then, and quality as well, depending on your point of view on
yeah,
that type of stuff. Like, I don't know why they made that decision, or where all the dev time and money has gone instead, because this is not quality content, and they should be hearing that from people by now. But until sales reflect that, they probably won't respond in a very emphatic way. I mean, if you look at Genshin, they rested on their laurels for years, and then there's been sort of like a spike in quality quite recently, in how ambitious they are and in what they have accomplished with, like, in-engine storytelling and that sort of thing.
mm-hmm,
Like, that's all super recent. That's all super recent. Like, you can see the development of it, the glimmers of it, in the way the storytelling in Sumeru and Fontaine was, but it hasn't become the norm until Natlan Nodcry.
yeah,
And there's 3 or 4 years of not really all that much happening before they really hit their stride, which means that they can go through these seasons where they're just not really performing, and then something kicks them in the rear.
yeah. And
So,
Genshin could rest on its laurels for like 3 or 4 years when it first came out, because there was no real competition on the market.
and they had COVID backing them up.
Mm-hmm. Also, while you were talking about Star Rail, I was munching my artifacts, and I think I found the character who is my new Navia. That's a 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, my Nefa's ratio is not much better than that. So, where is it? Nefa, come here. Yeah, my Nefa's about the same. It's not quite that bad, but it's about the same.
Yeah. Well, I was throwing it into the obsidian set to try and fish out more crit rate hats, and could not get any because uh, I've hit a point in all of the games where I don't really need to farm character upgrade materials for the characters I use, so I'm just farming artifacts and I'm hitting inventory limits. I've not done a clean out recently in any of the games, so I was doing some clean out.
Anyway, moving on from Star Rail, ZZZ, well, I remember last week I said that Yudari badly needed a character story. Well, I did her character story this week, and I'm not going to say it was bad, and the gameplay was novel, if nothing else. But what I came away with in the end was a sort of a vague feeling like everybody in the ZZ universe has the same backstory.
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like I've heard that same story a few too many times now.
Traumatized as a child. Parents really loved you, we
Yeah.
promise.
Yeah, and they were, the experimented on or whatever, and you know, I mean, it's not like it doesn't make sense, right? This is a sort of like a pseudo post-apocalyptic world where the apocalypse happened within living memory for everybody, even relatively young people, and it affected everybody in the area to some extent, and most people lost people. That's certainly the case, but that doesn't change the fact that if you hear the same sob story told enough times, eventually it's going to start losing impact.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're quite there yet, but I feel like they're rubbing up against it.
Yeah. It's an easy fallback because it fits the setting so well, I think. I do think we could stand with a bit more variety. I mean,
Like
uh,
not everybody needs to be have a tragic backstory. Like there are plenty of people in the world who don't. Like
like
you know,
Bernice.
Anton probably doesn't. Yeah, Anton probably doesn't have a tragic backstory. Bernice probably doesn't have a tragic backstory other than getting dropped on her head as a child, I'm sure. But But yeah, like I mean, even if you look at the Sons of Caledon generally, like they were a biker gang that was reformed after some undisclosed incident that resulted seemingly in the death of Caesar's father.
Well, you got to see the
Or
tragic backstory happen as a main story quest with Pompey. You were an active participant in that tragic backstory. You had to put down Daddy.
no, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the original biker gang Caledon.
Oh yeah.
Like that's an untold story as yet. But and they alluded to it, so they might be orbiting back around to it because it comes up in Yadari's story that Caesar's father was viewed as kind of a lunatic, and it's only after Big Daddy took over the gang and reformed them as the Sons of Caledon that they're even able to be dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
But but yeah, so broadly speaking, the Sons of Caledon also have a tragic backstory that's probably been affected by the Hollow Zero event in various ways and so on. And I don't know. I think that we could do with a few more just sort of like comedic backstories. Not everybody has to be either like a hollow victim or a military science experiment.
I mean, we haven't got Bernice's full backstory yet. That could come out one day. It could be just all about how the various multiple times she was dropped on her head as a child.
She was experimented on as a child by having nitro fuel injected into her or something.
She was given, instead of formula, energy drinks and had a brilliant idea.
But yeah, so I mean, it's not that her backstory was bad. It was an interesting way of telling it without just doing the straightforward. But yeah, it was. It and it still had some impact. Wasn't written poorly. The JP voice actress at least did a very good delivery for Yadari, and it all worked out quite well. But it was a bit of a generic story, is all I'm saying.
I think it probably would have done better hitting its emotional moments if it had been able to be played in one go and seen like a movie like the
Yeah,
other ones.
it was a little bit stilted, yeah, because I did it in two chunks. I basically did the first half of it in one chunk and the second half of it in another chunk with a gap in the middle because I hit the time gating. But I mean that again this is sort of like one of those complaints that you can't win on. Like a part of the reason people complain constantly that there's no content in Star Rail is because Star Rail just doesn't time gate their events. They come out, you go in, you do it all at once, and it becomes evident how little there actually is. And
Yeah,
the only reason why they're still primarily the guilty party is that you don't notice that much in like Genshin or ZZZ because the world contains stuff to do, which is
yeah,
the problem with Star Rail, is that you can't then wander off and do other stuff because you already picked up all the chests, sort of thing. So like, and I think that they really just need to go all in on environmental puzzles. You know, the thing that everybody wrote to them saying they hated, because they're the only thing that really engages me about the world in Star Rail is solving the really sort of like oblique puzzles. Like the one where you had to read the most recent one was really easy. It was a little bit too easy, but you had to read the sort of story about Zagreus at the banquet messing up the order of the various tokens of the gods, and then you had to go to the tomb and you had to um basically use the hand of Zagreus to punch the various god symbols in particular order and match the ones on the first floor to the ones on the top floor, except then unmatch them once you had that chest to get the secret chest. Like those types of puzzles make me spend a lot of time in the overworld dicking about with things.
yeah. They
I
really
don't.
have they really have I think painted themselves into a corner with Acheron and Finon and what they can do with the world. Like they can go the puzzle route and put a lot of those in. That's fine, but
Well, I mean,
it
that's goes for a different type of game, which I think has value of its own, right? Because it's a very cerebral approach. Like you have to sit there and solve puzzles. You have to sit there and work out that they want you to fly through rings in the number of pi in order to unlock the special chest. Though, please don't do the thing where I have to rotate the sodding puzzle again to spell out the number of cycles that Finon has been through using clock directions because that took me forever.
yeah.
That was rough.
I
But
yeah.
mainly because the primary puzzle can accidentally solve it, preventing you from solving the secondary puzzle. That was the problem with that one.
See.
The Mem musical chimes one was much more accessible, although I still ran around in circles for like 2 hours before I worked out what to
Yeah.
do.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I did that one through brute force. Just uh functionally doing the AFK run.
but uh, but yeah, you could go that route, and it would give people stuff to do in the world. But I really think that you need to give people something for their characters to do as well, so that people still feel a connection to them.
Yeah, this is why I say that I think Acheron and Finon are an even bigger problem than I think maybe even we're already critical of it, and I don't think we're probably critical enough of it because it just has shoehorned them into a point where the only part of the game you can use your characters in is combat, realistically. And they have made two characters now, which are premium hot ticket for their patch cycle, not just patch cycle, their whole version cycles characters that just make it so you don't have to do trash anymore, and has turned trash in the minds of all the Star Rail players into a chore.
Well, the problem is not just that they turned it into a chore; they solved a problem for something that was a chore before, because there was no reward for doing it. Like if I go and butcher a bunch of Hilichurls in the world, if I go to Mondstadt, which will require me to butcher Hilichurls,
Village Troll Camp number
there are
73.
still
Yep.
there are still heaps of legacy characters that I can invest those Hilichurl materials into, and it's still going to give me more at the end of the day. However, in Star Rail, they give you trash items that you don't need more of because you already have 5 or 6,000 of them, and they give you credits. And the only people who run out of credits are people who don't play very much. Like I've run out of credits twice in my entire time playing Star Rail, and at present I have like 40 million credits or something after having just built up a couple of different characters from scratch.
Once you get
Like
about
4 or 5 characters.
9 months of investment, unless you pull like 3 characters at once, you're good. Unless you just decide to go on a building spree, all your 4 stars or something.
Well, I did that. I built like 4 5-star characters back to back from nothing, and I didn't even get down to 20 million because credits just fall like rain. Which is another reason you don't want to kill trash, because the amount of credits you get from trash is like 100 credits. Like, what's that? You aren't short of credits, and that doesn't amount to anything anyway. Whereas, when you're doing your combat, your sort of highly interactive combat out in the world in Genshin or whatever, you're going to get maps for older characters that you're probably going to need to use, and you're going to get your Mora, you're going to get your adventure XP, which gets converted into more Mora once you hit max level, etc. Like there's just a more, you don't feel as much like your time is being actively wasted.
Yeah. Well, you mean semi-modern characters? Because doesn't Farina need Whopper Flower Juice too?
She does.
So many random characters need Whopper Flower Juice.
I hear Durin needs Mondstadt books. Who knows if he needs other Mondstadt materials as well?
I've got enough of them freaking masks laying around. I don't think I'll pull him, but it'll depend on what his finalizes does.
To be fair, Mondstadt books are the books that I hate farming the most
Domains are
because
so
they're in the
jank.
domain with they're in the domain with the ice slimes.
Oh, yeah.
I hate
Yeah.
it. I hate the ice slimes. Okay, so I don't have anything else to say about ZZZ right now since I'm in a holding pattern. Since I'm basically just hoarding for the new girl, the brown haired girl. So you can, I guess, if you want to, you can do your spiel about the new game mode here
Yeah, it's a good point to slot it in.
while I get a drink.
I've got a picture. And,
Right, you
and
get your picture. I'm going to the bathroom and grab a drink as well.
and right away, I'm just gonna preview my worries about it with that image in live show chat, and we'll get to it in a minute. And why it's not as bad as it looks, but still needs a big old yellow exclamation point on it for especially newer players. So, new in-game mode. There are 4 steps of it where it is eventually on the last node it gets up to a boss node, 3 time nodes, and the survival node. The survival node being optional. You don't have to do it to do the boss, and the better you do on those, so you get an S rank on them. That's the highest you can get for the clear time ones, and an S rank for the survival one by not having anybody die. You get a bigger multiplier for when you do the deadly assault boss. It has bolted onto it a long-term reward system. I covered most of the specifics of the mode last week in terms of how it works. You can, for each of the 4 sets, you can only use a character once. So you'll have like set 1 would be in this instance final battle 1, 1-1, 1-2, and optional 1-3. And that would be the same for 2. And then when you get to 3 and 4, you need the 5 teams. And you will do the required nodes and the optional node. You can do the optional node whenever. And once you clear a node, the characters for that round are locked until the next round, and you've locked that team in, and you can't reuse a character. The getting the score on the boss with a team that is applicable to the boss and can actually at least exploit its weakness and or be an outright counter to the dumb thing. The team that is clearly built to shill. You're gonna blow the score requirement out of the water if you S rank all the other nodes for the max rewards for the node. Uh, the so if you do not have a perfect team for everything and just have to make do with something that can just clear one or two of the required nodes, you can get away with it as long as your team on the boss is good enough. And what's more, there's another safety net that I think is actually this mode's smartest innovation. In that if you get to the final few nodes and the boss is just one that you don't have characters for, you can go back and pick a different route on your next playthrough when you're going through everything. Now, it does require quite a bit of replaying because you got to start over from the beginning. I think. I don't think you can just roll it back to the checkpoint. Um, but so you got to redo the previous three nodes, or the previous three rounds of what you call it, of 3 to 5 fights. But you can just go until you find a boss on the final boss slot that is one you can actually beat and do really well on. So it does have that as a safety net. There is a bunch of long-term goals tucked away in the corner, kind of like our Hollow Zero does right now, where you just you work towards milestones and combat goals with and score thresholds over time. It doesn't seem like you need to you push it right away. And these, I don't see an indicator that says these will reset when this game mode eventually refreshes. So to get the limited rewards, it seems like all you need to do is for any cycle is just clear the hard mode, which is demanding on the account. It is the hardest in-game mode, but it's demanding in a more flexible than the other Hoyo games way, if that makes any sense. Just like all the other ones, it is restrictive more so than
So when you say this is the hardest end game, what specifically are you referring to in terms of the difficulty?
the
Is it
okay.
just account breadth?
Yeah, it's just account width. How wide your account is because you need 15 characters and to be able to form 5 coherent teams with them.
Because the thing is, you don't need 5 coherent teams for Deadly Assault, but you can get completely effed for a star if you've just got the wrong teams.
Yeah. Here you can get away with teams that are not optimal. You can be down a character functionally on a team and get away with an A or a B rank on some of the nodes and still get the, because all that matters at the end of all these rounds is what your score is on the final battle. And the other rounds only facilitate increasing your score multiplier. You get like I think it's 0.1, 0.3, and 0.5 increase to the score multiplier for the required nodes, and the survival node gives you 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3 additional multiplier depending on your rank.
Can you reattempt the prior nodes, or do you just get one shot at each one?
You only get one shot at each one, but the cumulative score at the end only seems to matter for those permanent rewards that seem like they're going to stick around and keep progressing between cycles. Like there's one for getting 400,000 score.
No, but I mean, like, if you're doing a run and you get an A, but you think you can get an S, can you redo that A, or do you just have to move on and accept the A until the next fully start over?
I do not know off the top of my head. I didn't experiment with it. So that was not something I thought about. But so yeah, I honestly don't know. Um, but yeah, the difficulty of this is not going to come in how challenging any of the given encounters are. They're the same deadly assault bosses you fought forever, and they can even be easier than the deadly assault version because if you can do really well on the required and optional nodes, meeting the score threshold is going to be a cakewalk. On if you do that, you're not going to have trouble with that at all.
So if the
Um,
final boss has one of your weaker teams, but you're absolutely able to dominate the earlier nodes, you're going to be fine.
Yeah. So if you get to round 4, which is the last one, if you've got like say you don't have an electro fire team and it's the girl, what's her name, that Orphe fights, the story in her in her hollow form, and you just don't have the Electro team to deal with that. Uh, as long as you did well enough on the required nodes and did the optional node, and you can you can just mold the optional node until you don't die. It's pretty hard to accidentally finish that one. So you can just retry that one over and over. Uh, you should be able to do it fine as long as you put the best team you can for that final boss. And furthermore, you can like currently if you follow the top route, that is the final boss, and is probably the one that people are going to have the hardest time building a team for, just because Ambi and Seed are really your only options. I guess you could use Aramasa, but who uses Aramasa? Uh, and those two are rather clunky to play without their teammates. Or yeah, so you really want their friends with them in Opal Squad to make that work. Um, so that's probably the hardest one. But if that one's too hard, you can just pick a different route and have a different final boss. And presumably that one can show up like earlier if you pick a different route. But it'll have less required teams, and you'll be less stretched on your roster for what you can select to go into it, and you can do better on the other bosses.
So you fundamentally have a choice of final boss.
For the very final one, yes. Oh, for the
Because
very final
there are
two.
some like there's some bosses that I just know that I usually score poorly on in Deadly Assault.
Mm-hmm. Now, it will take a lot of gameplay time to get back to it. You're looking at about an hour of work to get back to the end. But if you see the boss at the final node, and after your attempt, you see it, and you're like, I can't do it. You do your score, and you're like, I can't. That's bad. You can just pick a different route and do it again, and you'll have a different final boss this time. So I've only done one route through it because it does take about an hour and a half to fully clear it. On hard mode anyway. Uh, the other caveat for hard mode is on easy mode they let you use trial characters, and you have to do the easy mode once for the quest anyway. You might have to eventually do a hard mode to make the quest disappear from your log, but uh, the thing about hard mode is you don't have access to trial characters. But on easy mode, they let you get a taste of it by giving you trial characters that are applicable to the final boss. So they'll be like one of the teams that is really strong against the final boss, or most of the pieces, and you can just fill out the rest with your own roster. So it's still ZZZ's bosses are not as archetype restrictive. They can be element restrictive if they're particularly tight on their scoring, or have a gimmick that needs them to apply attribute anomaly or something. But attribute anomaly is such a broad pseudo archetype that covers a lot. So you're able to fudge it quite a bit based on what I was looking at, and you're allowed to pick from a set of 3 buffs like in Deadly Assault to give whatever team you stick on any given node an edge if one fits better than what you would normally use for that boss. So you have a lot of customizability in there to give you a bit more flex, but it does require a lot of breadth for the account, especially for the point it's coming out in the game. Like we're coming out with this game mode, and this is our wide account growth mode for in-game mode at the equivalent in Star Rail that would have been like right after the main story of Pinnacle. Yeah, and you can imagine if they had released what's it called in Star Rail, the new mode, Kings.
The arbitration.
Yeah, if they had released that around then, that would have been really, really hard for most of the player base to meet. Now, the other thing is in ZZZ, the 4 stars aren't power crept yet. They're still perfectly usable in plenty of teams. You can see, while I use mostly 5 stars, Lucy still found a home on the same.
We're getting to the point where the discussion has come up. Like the Eternal Billy shills have become a lot less confident over the last couple patches that they're going to be able to play Billy forever.
Yeah.
So the DPSs are starting to slide out of usability.
Yeah. But
except for Manitoba because he's new.
Yeah. But yeah. Your standard 5 stars and your 4 stars and your 4-star supports though still are usable. We're not at that level of power creep yet. Like I still find homes for Lucy all the time. I still find ways to cram Nicole somewhere. Uh, Ports don't really use any of the DPS. Not as the lead DPS on a team. 4 stars. But like even for your standard banner 5 stars, I've found a lot more places to cram Rena lately. Ever since I got Seed and Ambi together, just for if I don't really care about stunning the boss, so Trigger doesn't really want to play on that team. Rena works great there, and there's yeah, there's all that. Lycon as a stun unit for stun teams is still perfectly fine and works. Uh,
Yeah, I've decided that in order to have a roster large enough for this mode, I'm probably going to get forced to build Lycon.
yeah, he's still a
And
workable
I'll
stunner.
probably have to probably have to polish up Grace and Rena a bit as well.
Yeah, I mean you could use Grace perfectly fine on any of the bosses that really like to proc disorder. Like that one fat Ethan dude puts the stupid bomb on you that I can never read the telegraph for. So yeah, it's a fat in-game mode in that it requires wide account breadth, but its difficulty surprisingly just ain't kind of there. Meeting the highest score requirement for the ongoing rewards of 400,000 is asking a lot. I was not able to do it, but I honestly was messing around with the mode a bit much and was not min maxing very hard. Uh, and was just experimenting with stuff on final bosses a little bit because I didn't think about meeting that particular score threshold. I was just trying to get the S ranks, which got me all the time limited rewards. So, so yeah, it's perfectly doable for my account. Uh, but you don't need that as long as you can S rank all the nodes. You'll get most of the rewards from this.
What's the timer on time limited rewards? Is it patch length?
It's cycle length, I think. So you got 40
Is it
days.
matched the patch though? Because it came out at the start of it.
Yeah, I believe it's full patch version, so 40 days or whatever.
Okay. So I haven't gotten around to it yet, and maybe I'll get around to it this weekend. We'll see.
Yeah. So
I think it's Labor Day. I think it's Labor Day on Monday. So I'll have an extra day. The question is whether or not I get called on the phone by the skeleton crew who have decided something has gone horribly wrong. I need to get a job where I'm not responsible for literally everything.
yeah. So yeah, it's despite being a brand new in-game mode that I think is actually pretty okay. It's just a test of team building with the whatever you've got on your account. So for me, there ain't a whole lot there because my account is very wide because I've bought like 3 or 4 5 stars in the game. Like I spend money in ZZZ like Vol spends in Star Rail.
I spend way less than you in Star Rail than what you spend in ZZZ. It's not even comparable.
Yeah. So for me, it was just an excuse to really try and jigger some teams together and just see what worked. Sometimes I went orthodox, sometimes I went a bit more out there. But for the casual player, the challenge here is going to be working their roster into teams and figuring out how to uh, play them as a team.
Yeah, like I said, the while I have toyed with the idea of spending more money on ZZZ a number of times, I mean, I still buy the battle pass usually and the $5 thing.
Oh yeah,
What's it? The daily thing. I've never actually pulled the trigger on spending chunky amounts on polychrome simply because I would have to learn to play the characters, and action games are hard for me. Learning to play a character, not only in ZZ do you have to learn to play the character, but you also have to learn to play the team, which is another ball of wax entirely. And if I just increase the number of characters I have to do that on, then the learning burden becomes really high for me because I'm not a natural action game player. So I've decided that it's just better for me to get better at what I have in hand rather than constantly expand my roster. It's just that this game mode seems to want you to constantly expand the roster.
yeah. It has come out at a time where 4 stars aren't totally shafted yet, and the supports especially,
I
and
mean, I use Sokaku every cycle. of Deadly Assault, pretty much.
I think any time the Jane Bernice team was needed here, Lucy had a home on that team. Still, like there's spots to use them, and the survival node will be a bunch of the survival nodes were physical weeks, so Caesar will have a field day on those. But yeah, it is what it is. You'll get a better full analysis from somebody that has not bought as many characters as I have, because the main challenge of the game mode is team building, and I have more options than just period end. So I'm not going to be the best one to tell you how challenging the game mode is actually, when its main limiting factor is not limiting for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've been sort of a little bit surprised at other people's sort of experiences with anomaly arbitration because it's a similar problem. Although I think that ZZZ's execution is better than Star Rail's, although they have an advantage from genre that Star Rail really doesn't have access to. The narrowness of Star Rail's applicability of teams is the problem with anomaly arbitration, but still, I did not expect it to be as challenging for people as it did turn out to be in the end. But, you know, it just so happened that my two favourite teams, Break and Dot, are two of the contributing teams that are required, and I just happened to be building at the time the Remembrance team throughout the course of Amphorius. So I happened to have everything that I needed in hand, but there are going to be a lot of people for whom that wasn't the case. Their roster simply didn't accommodate the challenges that were asked of them.
I'm here to tell you that Shadow of Death boss with Kafka as your only dot character. That's
Yeah, I've played Dot since the beginning. Like Kafka was one of the earliest characters I pulled, and Black Swan was one of the next. Okay, it's time for another cop suite. I'm having difficulty again. But yeah, Dot was one of the earliest teams that I built, and I put a lot of focus on early on, which, you know, I was absolutely gutted when they left it on the shelf. But then they took it down from the shelf, and it's been performing quite well for me. But as a result, back when something Under Death was like a really really tough fight and was something that you saw regularly, because this was back in the era where the attitude towards story bosses that Hoyo were taking was that, oh yeah, story boss, yeah, we're gonna have it kick you in the balls, and then while you're down it's gonna kick you in the balls again. Something Unto Death was one of those, but I happened to have dot characters, so it was not so bad for me. I'm here to tell you that it doesn't work so well against Sam in the story, because that was originally quite tough as well, and it's extremely tough if all you've got on your in hand is a dot team, because he doesn't care if you put dots on him or not, and the team is too skill point hungry. But yeah, I happened to luck out, and I'm sort of a bit concerned about what's going to happen next time.
yeah,
But
like I've invested in functionally 2.5 teams. Well, 2.5 teams. I have Budget Acheron. I have Aglaya, which are the two half teams. The Remembrance team. Well, I guess you could count the two variants that can take, and the follow up team, which are my only functional in game teams. One of them don't work. We're Bludgeon.
yeah, I've got quite a few teams built. Like I've got a workable Acheron team. I don't have Jiacho, of course, but I've got Silverwolf instead of Jiacho. Um, I've got my budget follow up team, which is March 7 Hunt instead of Topaz, and I am an advocate of March 7 Hunt. I think that she's actually very solid as a budget Topaz. I mean, she's not Topaz. I don't expect her to be Topaz, but I think she does a very solid performance,
I can't
and she's
betray
very good
Numby.
for accelerating. She's very good for accelerating Feixiao herself as well. Um, I've got a very solid dot team, got a very solid remembrance team, got a very solid erudition team, which can be played either as double erudition, Herta, Anaxa. double erudition Herta Herta, or hyper carry Anaxa if necessary. Hyper carry Anaxa is actually quite effective if you can get it to work, because Anaxa really doesn't seem to care if he has a signature or not, and I don't have Anaxa's signature because I pulled him as a Herta accessory. But there are times where he's actually really effective on his own, particularly if you need to chunk a large break bar. And I also have the Archer team, and I have Saber Hyper Carry works quite well as well. Now, I've got a huge amount of teams to choose from, all of which are quite functional. The problem is that Star Rail has a tendency to pile a lot of them into the same bucket. Like every variation of the Herta team and the Anaxa team and the Saber team, and to some extent also the Archer team, all end up being in the third team slot.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get distinguished, sort of like the way Aglaya doesn't get her own team. And because because my break team and my dot team are very sort of like well defined archetypes, they get their own slots, but everybody else ends up in another slot. So yeah, I don't know, mate. I haven't tried out those other teams against like the break boss, because I had a break team. It would be silly. But I'm probably going to get forced to in the future, because eventually there's going to be an anomaly arbitration where there's no dot shill boss and there's no break shill boss. So I'll be sharing my supports out amongst my miscellaneous output-based teams to try and find the way through.
Yeah, we had for the break boss, we had jank Glaya it when the boss absolutely refused to hit a Glaya, give her energy, and we had to dot Karan with Acheron is just there to kill, use her ult to help kill the stupid little capture pods, and hope Kafka can solo the boss.
Yeah, the something unto death with Isolins on your team is sort of like, it's a bit sad for the boss, really, because those pods don't exist. Like, they form and then they dissipate instantly.
They have so many different kinds of dots on them. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, like they just don't have any field time. The biggest trick to that one with a dot team is making sure that you don't let the wrong person get grabbed.
Yeah, that both of those were tough. I got down to the last turn on something unto death with Karan trying to kill it, because by the once you get that boss to about 20%, Acheron is functionally doing no damage and is just there to help break the pods because of his the lower his health, the less crit damage he takes.
Oh yeah, the crit inversion thing, yeah. Like that's basically the biggest strength the dot has against it,
Yeah,
is that fact that it's not going to care. Its damage is going to be consistent across the whole fight because your crit is negligible.
yeah, and the other one, even with the Aglaya team going, because I just couldn't get those MFers to punch Aglaya, the engine turned off a few times in the fight, and I got down to the last round. It was close to the last turn, but it wasn't quite there. And the other two were Shoop to Woot Dragon Go Shoop.
Yeah, I did try various teams against Lygus, but most of my teams were not fast enough, and that's largely because the Lygus boss mechanics tie the speed of your team to the rate of summoning that you do. Like, it's very narrowly focused on remembrance teams. Maybe you could make an Aglaya team. Well, you couldn't make an Aglaya team work because Aglaya only summons when she turns the engine off, right?
Yeah, you don't want Aglaya to have to summon more than once.
Yeah. Whereas the Lygus's mechanics are all based around, oh, you need to summon. You need summon and dismiss, summon and dismiss. So it's not even worth trying anything for that fight other than the Orthodox um, Remembrance team. If you have an extraordinarily high output team, like a perfectly polished dot team, maybe you could do it.
With a
But
few
I tried it with the dot
Eidolons.
team and it was just too slow. Um, the I particularly disliked, though, the fact that there's a trash round first. Like, that just annoys me. There's an
Yeah,
enormous sack of hit points.
yeah. I've already got to get this engine turning over, and having to budget it with a trash team, uh, like especially on the Aglaia team. It just is a pain in the butt whenever there's a trash section because I've got to turn her engine on, but it just always makes the turn order so awkward and leaves more chance for the boss not to get a turn in where it can smack Aglaia to give me that last little bit of energy I need.
Yeah. Anyway, um, so yeah, is that ZZZ pretty much dealt with for the week? I guess we'll move on to Wuwa next.
Yeah,
So my weekend in Wuwa was I just did some bits and pieces here and there. I did a world quest that takes place in the Everardo Vault, which is the Carlotta's family's vault. Because Carlotta's family are basically the respectable face of the mafia, except they're the bankers. So, um, well, you haven't seen them do anything criminal, but they do have mafia vibes. But they run an enormous bank with an enormous vault underground, and the quest that I did was basically an infiltration of the vault along with Zani and Phoebe. And Phoebe is just absolutely darling. Like she's unbelievably endearing. Like if it weren't for the fact that she's just sort of like a random acolyte, she would be a Purity Sue because she's just so nice to everybody all the time. And every time she attempts something, it just sort of it ends up going well for her, even if it doesn't make any sense. Like there's a number of times in the story where Phoebe just does something kind of nonsense and silly, and it works out perfectly, and Zani's jaw just drops. It's like, why did that work? That doesn't make any sense.
don't worry about it.
Like Phoebe's got this an acolyte's staff of office, which is basically a stick with a carved bird on the end, and she seems to be she considers it to be like a sort of um a religious technique of her order, but she basically solves most problems by bopping people on the head with the bird,
I
and
can,
it inexplicably works a disproportionate amount of the time.
what,
But she thinks it's just because she's being, a good acolyte, and everybody else is just like, this makes no sense. Why did that work?
yeah, the little bits I've seen of her character, she was the character that almost got me to try Wooga the first time. Her and the Tub Pups.
She's a Spectro character, and her combat is actually really cool to look at. Um,
It looks
it's
like a
all
whole lot
basically
of traps on the ground and circles and stuff.
well, she's a bit of a circle impact character. Like she likes to create an arena to fight in. But she gains different abilities depending on number one, is there an arena down? Number two, is she's standing in it when she's fighting? Number three, is she standing outside of it firing in? Because they have different effects depending. Like if she's standing inside of it, then she can create sort of like big spectro bombs and that in there. If she's standing outside of it, then when she fires beams of light in, instead of just striking the target the way normally, they will start to bounce off the inside of the thing and hit the target multiple times. It looks really cool. She's sort of like a Lux style character who fights with beams of light.
Yeah.
Um, but it's really cool to look at, and she's one of the linchpins of Spectro Frazzle teams. So there's definitely some meta room for her. I'm very tempted to pull her simply because she's so endearing. Like she's just such a nice girl. She doesn't have a mean bone in her body. But yeah, it was a really fun little story. Not the deepest story in the world, but the world quests, those major world quests in 2.x appear to be completely voiced. So of the tier of the one that you did in that burning area with the pollen.
Oh yeah.
Like going forward, those ones are done with characters that you have met in the main story, and they'll be fully voiced.
You mean not a random silent delivery girl?
Yeah, not silent random silent delivery girl, but yeah, that's what I did, and I was pretty much absorbed by it and had a good time doing it for several hours. It was a really nice um, quest and beautiful environment, its own unique region, little sort of like sub region. with its own treasure chests to find and sort of like rail sections and puzzle sections, and it was just it was an all-round good time. Like most of the stuff that I've seen in 2.x, it's just a really good time, which is why it's usurped a lot of the time that previously went to Star Rail, because there's just a lot of stuff to do. Like I haven't scratched the surface of Wuwa yet. Like most of the regions I have access to are like at like 7% completion or whatever.
That is a very big extension to the south of my map that I have. That is just all black.
There's a lot of stuff in there. Rinashed is a huge place. There's only like two sort of major cities there, being Raguna and Septimont, but there's a lot of stuff there as well. It's a
Yeah.
little bit handholdy compared to Genshin later on in terms of like finding things. Like an awful lot of things are tracked on the map.
Oh yeah,
But
I
yeah,
did notice that.
a lot of the combat I generally find quite engaging as well. It's less loosey goosey than Genshin, but more loosey goosey than ZZZ. But there's still a lot of room for mastery in there, especially their characters like Zani that have like relatively complicated sort of like parry bonuses and that you can get by picking the right frames to do things and so on. And I accidentally made my way into a fight which just has a style gauge. The Devil May Cry style gauge just appears on the screen during the fight, and apparently you get better rewards the higher you can get it. I have no idea what drives the sodding thing, so I got shit rewards, but yeah.
If it's like the DMC one, you got to use different moves.
Well, it's a freaking gacha game, and people don't have that many moves.
I don't know.
Presumably, you just need to be nimble and not get domed. And getting domed is very, very common in WoW for me. Everything domes me. So yeah, I haven't spent much time doing those because there's so much other stuff to do, and mainly I'm just trying to clear story content at the moment, of various kinds of story content. But yeah, I did Brent's character quest. Brent is extremely flamboyant pirate dude. He's not actually a pirate. He's actually a guy who runs the carnival drama troupe. They put on plays and that sort of thing, but he dresses like a pirate and he acts like a pirate. He shoots anchors at people like a pirate, I guess.
Character trial was fun.
His character story is is flamboyant and silly, just like him. It's not particularly deep. It's not particularly revelatory lore-wise or anything like that, but it is a good time. And he's much like Argenti in that he is a character who comes with his own spotlight. The lighting appears to know what a melodramatic character he is. So if he decides he's going to start showboating, mysterious magical spotlights will appear to ensure that it is properly lit.
I see.
But yeah, it was kind of a silly story. A lot more levity than some of the other ones. Like I didn't, bawl my eyes out like I did during Encore's one. But yeah, it was all around a good time. Like the quality of the quests, 2.x quests, it's so high. It is so much fun and presented really well as well. Like they clearly skipped ahead to the recent Genshin chapters in terms of where they set their baseline for cinematography.
Well,
It's just been really great. Like I'm really champing at the bit to play some of the later content, but I don't want to then end up doing older, dated content and have it be really disappointing. So I'm trying to work my way up a bit more methodically than that.
yeah. Versus 1.0.
1.0 is dog shit. Like there's not really any way of getting around that. It's really, really clunky, but 1.0 will be over eventually. And then it's a whole new world once you get to the 2.x series. Like it's just better. It's just better, flatly better. So, don't get overly bogged down in doing a massive number of the light blue quests in 1.x unless you just, autistically need to get them all done because your brain won't stop tweaking otherwise,
I've
then I guess you don't have much choice.
I've
But
deliberately dodged the ones that appear on the map as long as they don't show up in the quest log. But oh my goodness, if I have to listen to that grandpa give me the most boring tutorial about echoes while giving me the most boring quest in the world to do it, I'm gonna tear my hair out. I've done, I think it's done.
well,
And
that quest isn't bad. Like the story of that quest isn't bad for a mini side quest.
I guess part of it is
I,
I came in with the second part half finished when I returned, so I did
right.
not remember anything that was happening beforehand.
Well, basically, it's all about this old guy trying to woo an old lady, right? But
Yeah,
it turns out that he was always married to her, but she lost her memory, and so he's just basically trying to woo her all over again. And he's been doing this. This has been what he's been doing.
yeah, and
But so as far as mini side quests go, the story's not bad. It's just that the presentation is dog shit because it's 1.x.
yeah,
But
there
yeah, I would recommend basically do the main story and do the character stories in the order that they appear in 1.x, and pretty much skip over more or less everything else. So, dark green quests, yellow quests, and purple quests should be your priority.
something that happened when I came back this time that expedited my progress significantly was all of a sudden there was a quest that was flashing at me to go learn how to fly.
Yep, once you get to a certain union level, you just unlock flying, and you can traverse so easily. Like it massively. Though I think the reason they did it was to expedite 1.x, and you can fly throughout Renashita as well. But they said in one of the dev interviews, apparently coming toward the end of 2.x, that they're not necessarily going to carry it through to 3.x because of the World of Warcraft problem.
Yeah,
Which is to say that designing the game becomes too hard if people can move everywhere at will.
yeah. So the interesting thing that twigged to me that this is clearly we just want to get people out of 1.0. I don't even know if this was in the game a few patches ago. It just suddenly the quest appeared when I
It
logged in
was
this time.
it was relatively fresh to the game, um, with sort of mid 2.x, I think, because flying was introduced in Renashita, and lore wise, it's a technology, eco technology that was developed in Renashita,
Yeah,
and it's just only recently been imported to Huanglong.
yeah. So like there was one of the blue quests I did just to get it out of the log was I had to do these rooftop challenges with this idiot, and I did them after getting the flight unit. Like, well, okay, I see what he's asking for. He doesn't want me to touch the grass. He just wants me to touch the roof tiles or the concrete or whatever. I just have to run on the roofs. And there you can do it with the grapple hook, and that's clearly how you're intended to do it, but like well, what happens if I use the fly thing? And he has unique dialogue if you just fly over the challenge. It's like,
I
well,
did them before I unlocked the flyer. So what does he say if you fly over it?
he's like, well, that's not at all in the spirit of being a rooftop, whatever his RP name for it is. But it technically doesn't break the rules, so I guess it's cool.
I mean, lore-wise, that works as well because it's new technology that has never existed in Huanglong until now. So they never would have made a rule for it.
Yeah. So well, it goes against the spirit of everything, but it doesn't break the rules. Yeah, it's also made going around just grabbing the teleport waypoints everywhere to get around quickly and zipping between quest points really easy. It does mean I'm skipping like a lot of treasure chests and stuff, and
I
puzzles.
mean, unless you're planning to mow the lawn, like just get over the fact you're skipping treasure chests.
I figure the important thing is to get to 2.0 and then like when I'm in podcast mood, go back into lawnmower mode in the 1.0 areas. Of
Yeah, I still haven't gotten around to that because there's so much content, so much backlogged content. But yeah, the lawn mowing is quite easy to do because you've got various tools to help you with it, like the ability to fly, like the ability to put down locator beacons to help light up treasure chests, that sort of thing.
yeah, and a bunch of stuff seems pre-marked on the map anyway, as I deliberately
More
dodged
more
any
stuff
blue dots.
becomes more stuff becomes pre-marked as you go along as well. And then they add grapple points onto the Sonnet's caskets once you get to 2.x. So you just have to get close enough to grapple and you can grab them.
I see. So yeah, um, What frustrated me in this playthrough was that green quest because the bones of an okay world quest are there. It's just the presentation is so dog crap.
Yeah, it actually reminded me of like playing a quest in Vanilla WoW.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's the better of the green quests. The other one is worse.
Yeah, like this one at least had
The
multiple
other one's a
steps.
lot worse, in fact.
Like
Do you just basically you spend like 2 hours fighting monkeys is what happens in the next one.
yeah,
But
I've got
yeah,
another green quest in the log that I was going to do next. But
I skipped the green quests in the like when you're done with the bulk of Wanglong, the finale of 1.x takes place on an island. Um, that you go over to. There are green quests there. I have not done them. It does not seem like they are really relevant for anything because I haven't. Nobody's referred to anything ever again
I
over
see.
there. I'll get round to them eventually. I don't even know what they're about, but it hasn't presented any problem skipping those. But there are definitely like whole areas locked behind the ones in Renashita that I've seen.
Yeah. And turning off the fire. But like there's a lot of novel pieces to it, like using the spears to kill the level 90 enemies when you're like level 20 or 40 or whatever. That's novel. While it doesn't have inverted controls anywhere in the options, using the little gun thing they had was interesting enough. Like, okay, that's novel and cute. Had a cool boss fight at the end and a nice little highway sequence. Like the bones of something good are here. It's just the actual the
To quote Top Gear, ambitious but rubbish.
yeah, like you have all the parts, you just didn't quite put them together right because the glue that holds it all together is your presentation and the characters, and both of those were crap. I do
Yeah,
not
they
care
just
about
didn't
the
have a.
friend delivery
This is
girl.
launch. This was launch content though. So they just didn't have a stable of characters to work with. There is actually another delivery girl who is a character, Lumi.
I see.
Why they didn't just add her early on and have her part of the story quest, I don't know. But yeah, I don't, she's an odd character, but you'll meet her. You meet her when you do a totally unnecessary quest that I recommend you don't waste your time on at this stage because it's more important to press on.
Yeah. So
It's a red quest. I
it's,
think it starts with a light blue and then moves on to red.
unless a light blue quest is dropped into my inventory or somebody calls me on the phone to pester me to do it. I have not done them. They have to be auto dropped. I haven't gone out of my way to pick any. I've done the one green quest and all the purple quests that I can do because they unlock crap. Um, but yeah, that's where we're at with that. I guess I'll interject my week a bit and say I pulled for part of the reason I came back was because of Roffler.
I did actually link that thing. I wonder if this will motivate Ari at all because once Roffler has acknowledged it,
I was like,
I did not realize that it was that they had Looper make a flea noise though.
yes,
Like, cause it's just sort of like a sort of a running thing that she because her forte amongst the effects of her forte she grew a tail as because there's usually physical effects on most characters when they develop a forte, and she happened to grow a tail and get an enhanced sense of smell, so she just behaves in a slightly doggy way a lot of the time.
oh yeah,
She also, she's also a bit of a no personal space thing because she uh behaves in a doggy way, so she'll just sort of like flop down and sleep on Rover on one or two occasions.
I see. So yeah, I do not know what I had put into the gotcha if any beforehand. And I was not counting my pulls while I was doing them here, but I threw absolutely everything from that I built up before on my first login and bonus collecting. Everything from the starter bonuses that I got back when I was playing. I got about half of them before. Well, not even half of them, and then everything that came back and all the returner bonuses I could scoop up, and got blue gunslinger Dante with boobies.
Like the saying with boobies is almost redundant in Wuthering Waves. Almost, but not quite redundant.
I mean, there is the fabulous man with the anchor hat. There are some boys in there.
Most of them are quite terrible. Some of them are not.
So yeah, I got her. Um, and
I have
level
no idea what Galbrainer does or how to build a team for Galbrainer, so
it
don't
just
ask me anything about it.
so I barely read her. I have skimmed her moves because I can't even level up her talents yet. Um, I'm still level 40. I've unlocked the ability to go to level 50, and the mobs are like level 43, but I can't get over to the area that has her materials. Unless I
Yeah,
unlock
it's
multiplayer and
two
like
point.
kidnap your world or
It's not.
something.
It's not even 2.x. It's like it'll probably be in Septimont, so you have to have cleared most of the early part of 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 before you can get to her region.
Yeah.
Because like Septimont is over a large tract of ocean because Renashita is an archipelago.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I would have to do the early access to her boss and then like invade Vol's world if it'll even let me do that, and and have him teleport me near her collection materials if I wanted to level her up.
I don't know what the restrictions are on multiplayer. My world level will probably be higher than yours, so
Almost certainly. But yeah, so I got that. Otherwise, it's Blue Beret Girl and Rover are the other two characters for now, and I have long black haired Frosty Girl as the quadraciary.
yeah, like she's just like the budget third slot. Um, but yeah, I think Gelbrun is usually the on field damage dealer.
Yeah,
Like she's like the burster as opposed to the sub DPS because the standard team is hyper carry with a sub DPS as one of the supports. So
yeah. So from playing her kit and just pushing buttons, because most of my learning in action games is pushing buttons. Uh, I get the very distinct impression there are two ways to play her. There is the Unga Bunga way, which is build up enough charge to get skill, press skill, and then either do charge attacks for single target or just mash the attack button for multi targets. That's the Unga Bunga way. And then there's the very complicated way that involves character swapping and making sure to use as many echoes as possible across your team. And,
so
and
generally speaking, people consider quick swap play styles to be a sweaty way of playing.
yeah, and that's kind of the vibe I got.
Most people work with a standard cycle of you start with your support, you get your support buffs up, then you swap over to your sub DPS, get your sub DPS to fire off their ult, and then it get its buffs up, and then you switch over to your main DPS and do a proper DPS window there. Um, some characters are compatible with quick swap styles, some are not. Um, with characters like Galbrena, usually you're going to be looking at ways to combo into high multiplier parts of her main combo. So like in a lot of characters you'll be looking at, okay, so I want to provoke opportunities for dodge counters as often as possible because it'll allow me to skip the low multiplier parts of my combo and things like that.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you definitely want to try and do stuff like that with her because her last hits colossally more than the starting few hits. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot of you can push her harder and harder as you master the character and get more parts to its proper team to build around her over time. So I think and she's a newer character, so she's probably not anywhere close to getting power crept yet. She
Yeah, she's
seems like
tier 0 at the moment, as far as I'm aware.
yeah, so she's probably got a good lifespan on her. Seemed like a good character to grab just all around. Didn't take much justifying. To
Yeah, the general opinion on her is that the worst thing about her is that her playstyle is a bit bland because basic attacks do most of what you want there.
yeah, you just got to get the juice efficiently and then juice your basic attacks and then pick the way you want to go to town with it. You can also rainstorm with her. I don't know what it's called in Wuwa, but it's just Dante's rainstorm, which is fun. Incredibly hard to land because it kills her momentum. Uh, but
Yeah, and it's not got that much not that much AoE either. You've basically got to align yourself perfectly above the target.
And not as much range as you would hope either. But it is fun to get like right above a fat enemy's head and just sit there rainstorming for your entire stamina bar while it feebly tries to hit you. That's always fun. So I had fun with the mechanical gameplay of what I did in my return to Woo. We definitely finally got some juice going and refamiliarized myself with a bunch of the mechanics. Been about 6 or 7 hours over the past day and a half, just poking at it, trying to get back into it. And yeah, most of that time was taken up by that green quest because cleaning up that fiery area was a much longer quest than I thought it would be. I wasn't sure what to
Yeah,
expect with exploration quests, but I wasn't expecting one to be that long.
that green quests tend to be quite lengthy, like usually a couple of hours, sort of thing, at least. Oftentimes just because you've got to wander around a lot and don't really know where you're going. But
Yeah. Well,
like that was when I bit the bullet and did that one quite early on because um, the the biker is a really good echo for encore
yeah.
if you don't have much and not many echoes to pull from. So I was like, well, I need that, but I kind of want to be able to move through that area without catching on fire, so I can get to it. So
I got
yeah,
the echo on the story kill. I don't know if that's guaranteed or not, because it kind of implies
um,
it is,
when
given the
you when no, it's not usually. Sometimes there are occasions where there are guaranteed echoes, but more importantly, that echoes of that sort of scope, ones that appear in a diamond on the map as opposed to a hexagon,
hmm
called Overlord class, you have a buffed echo drop rate for the first 15 kills of Overlord type enemies every week.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And there's also a pity on Overlords where even if you've run out of buffed drop rate ones and are back down to the 20% drop rate, if you kill it a couple of times without getting one, you're guaranteed to get one.
Okay.
So yeah, and because you can fiddle the primary stat if you haven't leveled one up, you just need to sort of collect them with the right set, and then later on you can modify them if you can't get the stats you want.
Yeah. So it's currently sitting on Blue Booby Dante.
Yeah, I think that the main echo most Galbrainers use is probably a new one from Septimont as well. So you
Yeah.
just use what you can find until the end, basically.
It's part of the fusion set, and she's fusion element, so it let me get 5 out of 5 as the first character with a 5 out of 5. So I'm like, all right, you can just
Yeah,
have it,
the
girlfriend.
the the early game gearing rules are pretty much the same as with all the other like Genshin like gachas, where like don't worry about your crit rate or crit damage early on, just keep pumping the attack because crit ratios are something you fiddle with later.
Yeah, just
Um,
get if it has roughly offensive stats on it, probably a good idea.
yeah, um, and also like your the energy regen is important for smoothness of rotations for pretty much everybody. So
Yeah, it does seem
even if
like
you have a character that doesn't want it as a primary stat, don't undervalue having it as a secondary stat because it will just allow you to have more slop in your rotation.
yeah, give you more free flowiness. So yeah, I am curious to see if I could invade your world and steal her upgrade material so I can keep using her on the way through. And
Well,
because
I don't know what she actually uses, so
I have to
I don't
look it
even
up
know.
too.
I might not have even been to that area yet because I've only done like a couple of the earlier Septimont stories. Like I think I'm coming into the second half of Septimont, which means I'm probably about 3/4 of the way through 2.x.
So yeah, I don't even know the names for the materials in general for the basic ones. Uh, the boss she needs is on early access, and I'm wondering if it's worth it to just go bop it. It's called its name is called the False Sovereign, but I don't know if that.
I haven't even met False Sovereign yet. It's like way down the line in terms of story. Like, it
Yeah,
hasn't even been introduced as far as I'm at in the plot. But
yeah,
you won't really need very many of those pieces early on.
yeah. I was so yeah. It's just
Like I think that your initial your initial one is to get your initial concern should be get to your overlord tier pieces, whichever ones they are, and your collectible ones.
Oh, this was for boss drops for leveling her up, for ascending her.
Yeah, that's the overlord one. But where is false sovereign? I don't think I haven't encountered it yet. But apart from in 1.x, all of those types of bosses appear in the story. So it will definitely be a story spoiler of sorts, though not necessarily, because it wasn't really a spoiler for like when I was farming Carlotta's mats. It wasn't a story spoiler because it was just like a guard robot that's outside the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it appears in the story, it wasn't critical to the story. But for some, it is actually like, oh, this is actually, if you do this one early, it's going to basically screw up your perception of the rest of the story because something that's supposed to be scary will be something that you've murdered a billion times already. So,
Okay, her
so yeah,
local specialty is the stone rose, and she needs 60 of them, and they are from an area called the Sanguius Plateau.
that's like the newest area that just opened up in the last patch.
Yeah.
So I haven't been there yet.
I wonder if I can spend the coral I got from pulling to buy any.
That would be a huge waste, especially because you can buy them for credits in stores sometimes.
It says not available in any stores on the wiki.
Oh,
In fact, it just how to obtain. It only has the location you can collect it and shop availability. No shop sell stone rose.
I see. No, it's better off if you're just patient because they are like you need 60 of them, but they're like more abundant than the Genshin equivalents.
Yeah,
Like it'll take you like 5 minutes to get 60, or maybe 5 minutes on 2 consecutive days because they're not on 3 day cycles or anything like that.
yeah. It's less about the time locking, and more about I'm going to raise my world level very fast, and I'm going to have to quickly put her on the bench. And I would like to be able to experiment with her gameplay because like you can take it pretty far through just mastering her play. But to master her play, you have to be able to her. So I would
Yeah, I
have to
ended up
keep her
just
level
having to
up.
be patient. I ended up just having to be patient because I couldn't get the things that I needed. Um, but yeah, you might not really be able to accomplish that. You can see if you can get into my world. I've never tried it before, but unfortunately, most of her popular sub DPSs are icky boys, unless
Mm-hmm.
you've got which you don't. Uno's for feet people. So
Is she the yellow one?
no, Uno is Ishtar from Fate Grand Order,
Oh,
but well, I mean, her sub Galbrenna's sub DPSs. Most people use Brent, like if they're doing a premium team. Mortifi if they're not. And if you're just going like all in on DPS, they'll use Lupa instead of a support. But otherwise, she uses the same supports everybody does. Like Baizhi in the early game, if they don't have a premium. Verena if they get Verena. Shorekeeper if they get Shorekeeper. Like the support slots tend to be generalist unless you're going on like double sub DPS, like by using Lupo or something. Um, but yeah, the budget the budget sub DPS is Mortifi, who's Nicky Boy,
yeah. It looks like I
and
don't
that's
know.
true of a lot of recent characters, in fact.
Yeah, and looks like Lupa, Brant, Iwan, Shorekeeper, Farina, blue-haired girl with pigtails, Iuno on here.
AKA Ishtar.
Yeah, okay, that's who you were talking about before. Yeah,
Well,
so
she rides around on a giant golden bow, and there are gratuitous shots of her anatomy. She has dark hair arranged in pigtails.
oh, speaking of feet people, you know, I made a mistake and went on the to when I was looking for a picture to post with my meanwhile in ZZZ land comment while y'all were talking in the mobile game thread. I went to the Reddit. Like, surely photo mode will have some
The Reddit for what?
ZZZ.
Why
and
would you do that?
I'm like, surely, in my naive brain was like, they will have some fun pictures and probably some like trigger booty I can use to make a dumb joke. Oh, there was some of that, but it took me scrolling through a lot of people obsessed with feet in the new photo mode event.
It do be like that, Mr. Stancil.
Why do it be like that?
People like them some feet.
Why?
But yeah, you know, his animations have a lot of feet close-ups.
One of them was just a meme of 4 shots from photo mode that's like, men when they turn 13 will define their entire personality around one of these things. It's like a shot of Nicole's chest, of Trigger's booty, of Zoo's thighs, and Seed's feet. Like, one of these things is not like the other ones, and it's gross.
It do be like that, Mr. Stancil.
How did we get on that? Right. Somehow got there from Wuwa. But yeah, I'm poking at it again because after finishing the Genshin story, because I didn't have people in town this week harassing me, I figured I'd just poke at it again. There are plenty of single player games I want to get to, but
Yeah, I mean, I've been plugging away at it on the regular, like a little bit every week. Basically treating it as a premium single player experience because it has for me been a premium single player experience. Like I set my sights pretty low on what characters to pull. I wanted Carlotta because she's gorgeous, if surprisingly short every time you see her standing next to another character. You know, a lot of the time when you're using your character in a gacha game, action gacha game, they're by themselves. You don't realize how short they are. Carlotta is shorter than every other character her age, and it's not close. But so I didn't set my sights very high on pulling, so I got the characters I wanted, and I've just been sort of playing it as a single player action game, and the story's been really solid. So, you know, I'm treating it as a premium experience, and I don't really feel like I'm losing out. I mean, when the AAA offerings are things like the new Pokemon game, like I don't really feel like I'm the loser here.
yeah, like
I I watched in the back as a background sort of thing. I put on Ina playing Pokemon like I said I would because I don't play Pokemon games. I watch Ina play Pokemon games, and she's like a Pokemon fanatic, so she's having a good time just collecting Pokemon. But you can see the sloppiness of the game just oozing out of every pore, and nothing makes any sense. Like, they've managed to reduce the already simple gameplay of Pokemon down to a button spam fest that doesn't have any logic or strategy to it.
yeah, it's so bad. Everything about the gameplay, everything about the art direction, the lack of voice acting, etc., etc. It just they know they can get away with anything now. That they don't have to spend very much.
5.6 million in 1 week.
Yeah, and you know the sad part for Pokemon, that's on the lower end.
Well, I mean, this isn't even a mainline game, though. This is a Legends game.
Yeah.
And half of them were on the Switch too. I didn't even think there are that many people buying the Switch 2.
Oh
Why are
no.
people buying the Switch 2?
Oh no, it sold like hotcakes. It flew off the
Why?
shelves.
But why? What do you do with it once you've got it?
That's the question. It's I
Maybe
don't
that's why they were all buying Pokemon, because they didn't have any games for the thing.
I would not doubt that is a big reason a lot of people bought this game. Even if they were more critical and not saying one about the changes, just to justify their
It's like,
purchase
well,
of the Switch too.
I've got this thing. I need to play something on it.
Yeah. But yeah, like I was looking at going to back to cleaning up the Yakuza games because I still haven't finished those and got caught up. I was looking at going back and getting caught up on the East games because I'm halfway through that series. And then Roffler put out a video. I'm like, all right,
The great Prophet Roffler has told you what you need to do next.
yep. And I think Phoebe's banner's next, right?
Yeah, Phoebe's going to be running alongside Chisa in the next patch.
So I'll
Chisa's
make.
one of the characters that I was going to get. She's a Havoc Great Sworder. But she's also for a dot archetype that doesn't exist yet, so I'm wondering if I'm going to be snookering myself by pulling for her.
Yeah, Phoebe was the character that almost made me jump into the game first. So I definitely want to throw whatever I get from my early stuff and I've still got a ton of the return bonuses to get to and see if I can get enough to grab Phoebe.
Yeah, I'm tempted to get Phoebe myself simply because she's unbelievably cute, and her fighting is just really cool. It looks really cool to do, and yeah, she's a very endearing character generally. But premium currency is limited. There's only so much of it around. Although there's a lot of treasure chests around, I could probably
Yeah,
rustle something up. Yeah.
that's the other thing is going into Wuwa. I'll be back in the you know when we returned to Genshin and I could math out how much currency I could get to not have to pay for a character if I wanted to pull one. Before the Dory disaster. Yeah,
That's actually, we haven't got to talking about Genshin yet this week, but that was the thing that I didn't expect from the MSQ of Genshin was Mad Dory lore.
not yeah. It goes crazy. I still haven't forgiven her though.
But yeah, Dory disaster.
So, but yeah, in Wuwa, there's still all kinds of stuff just to play to gather currency to work towards something in the world. Not approaching a point where going through and cleaning up the miscellaneous quests, the very few that are left for me in the open world, and I'm very close to running out of open world chests and exploration to go get stuff from. So for new characters, I'm just scraping by with events and dailies. In Wuwa, it's a case of the game hasn't been exhausted yet. So if I want a character, I can go
It's a
work for it.
pinata. You just need to beat it until the premium currency falls out.
Yeah, like I can just go work for it. So it
But
does
yeah,
have
so I
go
mean,
into it, but it has to get me over 1.0 more than anything.
yeah, and that it's going to be a wall of fixed size that you just need to climb over. I don't think it's going to get
So
any smaller. The flying has made it as small as it's likely to ever get.
so at present, I think I'm still fairly early in 1.0. Uh, some dude named Scar showed up and told me a very roundabout, uh, dumb metaphor about sheep.
He's just kind of a cock. Like he's he wants to present himself as being, following some particular kind of life philosophy, but he's basically just a thrill chaser, as far as I can tell.
I very badly wanted to walk up to him in the middle of that little ruined town and just push the attack him option, but I'm like, I'll probably miss story if I do that. All right.
No, no, he won't. He doesn't have any worthwhile opinions on anything that I've ever seen so far. he he's just a thug who wants a fight.
Oh,
He is high up in the Fraxedis. He is one of their top people, but he's basically just a thug. He punches people.
yeah. Like normally I can respect the dudes that just want to punch people, but you got to be honest about it.
No, he's self-deluding himself into thinking there's some philosophy behind what he does, but no, he just likes to punch people because it's fun.
I mean, if that was their intent with that stupid sheep metaphor in his history of the town, yeah, they got that across. Because oh
Well, the
boy,
thing is, the Fraxedis don't seem to be really united by any broad philosophy. Like they all have their own agenda. There is somebody in charge of the Fraxedis. I don't know who it is, but like they're heading in the same direction for the goals of the Fraxedis generally, but they all have a different reason why they're doing it. Like Scar is just a thug, and I don't know what Christoforo is up to. Frolova's just like she's got a completely orthogonal agenda which has nothing to do with what the Fraxedis want, but they're just a means to an end. Like they all have their different ways and means of doing things. They don't, and Black Shores aren't really any better. Like you wouldn't know Camellia wasn't a villain were it not for the fact that you were informed that she's not a villain.
yeah. So that's where I'm at in the 1.0. About I assume I'm still near the bottom of the wall, but how much wall is there from that point.
You are standing at the bottom of the wall. Like it's sort of. If I try and think about it as like the major waypoints, like have you solved the little puzzle that was given to you?
No, we just cracked open something and got a quest item for it that I already forgot the name of.
Right. So solving the puzzle of the tokens that you get handed at the start is sort of that's like the first major waypoint. But like one point X has how many is it? About 9 acts, roughly. One of which is just an interlude.
Okay, and I think I think the thing with Scar was had a number 2 on it on its quest
Well,
name.
there's that's the chapter one has two. I don't remember where does chapter one start because there's a prologue as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so chapter one post prologue starts when you get like the stuff from like the candy and the little compass thing and all that stuff. Like that's the start of chapter one. And so you have to solve that problem. And how far through that is Scar anyway?
Okay,
I'm trying to
it
remember.
is the quest Ominous Star, the Act 3 of
Okay,
Chapter 1 is
so
where I'm at.
you're at 3 out of 9. But a lot of them are. There are union gates, but I think the highest union gate is 21.
I'm already over that.
Okay, so yeah, there's once you've beaten Scar up, have you actually fought him or just talked to him?
Fought him in air quotes in the little trippy realm, and then got booted out and rescued by
Right, because
Beret Girl.
he's Scar is a trance domain. You will, if you're leveling 1.x characters from the standard banner, you're going to need to beat him up a lot. But he's sort of Rothler sees him as a Tartaglia character,
Yeah,
so he's
I
going to get a beating regularly from Rothler.
yeah, he was 20 levels below my rover when I went into that domain, and I had to slow down to hear all the dialogue. Yeah, I don't think that was the proper fight either, because I'm pretty sure I clipped the end of the dialogue, and I think Beret Girl just abruptly ended the fight.
Right, I think you might have to fight. You might have to fight him more than once. I don't remember exactly. So once you've given him a beating, then you do that thing that you saw me do when you decided that you were totally turned off Wuwa, which is where you are wandering around the inside of the library where there's all the bridges and dragons and things. That's actually a really short sequence though. It's just all a bit abstract. Um, and so once you've done all of that stuff, then you hear about the Black Shores, you track down the Black Shores people, and they will take you on a field trip, and you will do a little field trip with them. Basically, as a preview of, oh, this is who the Black Shores are, this is what they do, and they are basically investigating the retroact rain, which is a phenomenon that happens in Huanglong.
Oh,
And then when you get
I
back
did a
from
quest
your
for that.
field trip, when you get back from the field trip, then you have your big sort of war against the there's basically there's another uh invasion of the because Jinzo's based on the out in the fringes of civilization, and a lot of the Tacit Discord incursions come and crash against Jinzo first, and one of those is happening, and so you'll do that, and then you'll have a scrap against the local Threnodian. The Threnodian is basically like a mega Tacit Discord that is compiled of usually all the negative emotions associated with a major disaster, like a major event, like a lament, the local lament or whatever. And so all that negative emotion becomes a Threnodian, which are basically like evil gods. And so you have a scrap against that, and then you move on to the Mount Firmament chapter, which is a bit abstract, and a lot of the stuff there is a bit um, difficult compared to normal because most of the mobs there are higher level than you're used to. They always will be as well, even if you level or you raise your world level, they will still stay slightly ahead of the bulk of monsters. And that chapter 7 is sort of the climax of the magistrate's story, and then you move to a sort of like the last act of chapter 1 is sort of like a not quite an interlude, but it's basically it's about Shorekeeper, and it takes place in its own set of zones on the Black Shores.
Yeah,
And
I've
yeah,
heard from various people talking about Wuwa on YouTube mostly that Black Shores is where the story's engine starts to finally get moving, and then at the end of it is when we take off
the
and really
Black
blast
Black
off.
Black Shores Black Shores basically cements a lot of a lot of the how do I say, a lot of the elements start to crystallize there, but the story of Black Shores itself is still highly abstract. It doesn't feel very adventurous. It feels like, okay, so we've now got this big pile of concepts and we need to dig through them and sort them into piles. We can't actually do anything like go and have an adventure yet because we need to sort out all of the detritus we've collected over the course of the past chapter. So yeah, it's a more coherent story and it's more compressed, but it's highly abstract.
I see.
It's basically a thousand foot view of what the Black Shores have been doing, and the Black Shores are a sort of like they're a society of people who are trying to stabilize the world effectively and ward off the laments, and they've got this sort of supercomputer thing that is capable of predicting when a lament is likely to happen so that they can intervene in those locations. But they basically, the Black Shores serve the purpose of like the scions from um, Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a multidisciplinary organization of people from all different countries, all with a common goal of trying to prevent the world from falling apart. Um, but yeah, when you complete Black Shores, the last thing that happens in Black Shores is you get a invitation to go to Raguna, and when you head off to Raguna, that's when 2.x begins.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll make some. We'll see how much I latch and make some progress. I would of the characters that I are reruns that I want to pull for. Phoebe is up there just because she was the one that almost got me into the game to begin with. But
She's adorbs. She's adorbs. She's one of the first people you meet in 2.x, and she's just unrelentingly nice to you from the very beginning, even when everybody else is busy being mean to you.
so yeah, so yeah, we haven't talked about Genshin yet.
Right, Genshin, new quest. New quest. So, my priority, of course, was to pull for Nefa. Um, I pulled for Nefa. I got Nefa quite close to pity. Uh, I didn't get I didn't get sodomized by the gacha this time. I simply got bruised a little bit, so I didn't have to empty my entire reservoir, which is good because the more I can save for Columbina, the better. Um, Nefa is quite fun to use, but she is made of fine glass, and if you do not dodge everything, she will shatter like fine glass. So her output is theoretically very good, but like if I put Sitlali on a team, I can just sort of like bull into the enemy and get heaps of time on target and put them down without worrying too much about taking damage in return, usually, except during that chess fight. Um, but there's no room for a shielder on the Nefa team. So even if she's very effective, everybody on that team can die in 2 hits. So yeah, it's tough to use. It's fun when it works, but its major problems is number one, extreme fragility. Number two, you cannot get the engine running if the engine is not already running. Like if you go in and nobody has an ult up, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, this
But
seems to be a thing with Bloom teams in general from a cold start. Like just by the nature of Bloom, because you got to get 2 reactions on the target and get the Blooms on the field. And for Nailu, it stops there. It once you get all the pieces moving, although they don't do much damage until you get all the way to the end. Uh, at least for current power levels. But
yeah,
you for Nefer,
with
you've
Nefer,
got you got that extra
you
step.
you need to have 3 blooms on the field, and you need to have 3 moons in the tank, and then you can go into a burst phase. So you've got to set up your hydro applicator, you've got to set up your buffs, you've got to set up your dendro applicator, and then when everything is nicely balanced, then Nefa can come on field and start kicking ass and taking names. And she does it quite effectively. The problem is that the rest of the machine has to be churning away nicely. So it's usually like you bring out the Nahida, you do the Nahida things, you bring out, like, I've been using Ino because her application rate is quite high. Ino is also incredibly fragile because she's a 4-star that I haven't even leveled up to 90 yet. And that will get the hydro onto the target, and maybe if you're lucky, some blooms will come out if the dendro is still stuck on there. And then Lauma, skill alt to get the multipliers up to where they should be and get some more blooms on the field, and then Nefa can come out and start doing things. But if Ino doesn't have her ult, then there's no hydro application. If Nahida doesn't have her ult, then there's no bonus elemental whatchamacallit, mastery. If Lauma's not on the field, if Lauma doesn't have her ult, then your multipliers on your damage are going to be shite. Ironically, the only person who doesn't give a toss about their ult is Nefa. Like, even if you do like all of the sims and calcs for perfect Nefa play, your ult is still only going to be like 10% of your damage.
Oh, so it's
an integral 10%. Like, it does serve a purpose, and it's not nothing, but it's only 10%. So if you don't have Nefa's ult ready, then you're not going to be losing out too badly. The thing is that Nefa's ult is always ready, and it's the only one that always is ready. It just always seems to be around, and you don't want to press it at the wrong time, because if you do, it'll tank the rest of your damage.
Yeah, it's
because it'll eat all of the seeds of deceit that you've prepared and put you back on 0 multiplier.
Makes you feel better. 10% is still better than Nailu gets.
Nailu is special.
Her ult does like 2%.
But yeah, I've got Nefa geared up, but her gear is quite bad. I did not roll very well. So even though I had some good stats on the gear, I just got lots of defense percent, as usual, because reasons. The only character I have that doesn't roll defense percent is freaking Shalonen. But yeah, and overall, she's a fun character to use. The rotation is fun, and it's very cohesive. And once the energy is running, it runs smoothly like butter, and you just get damage turn over turn as you cycle through, and it all fits together quite neatly. The problem is that if you trip on a small rock, somebody will die.
Even when you have to use Hydro Traveler for the application?
I'm glad that you don't take damage in that fight, because if you did, I would have died like 15 times over. I did die once, in fact, and had to start over, because when it goes into that phase where you've got to collect the Kuvaki balls, number one, they don't really tell you what you're supposed to do. And number two, by sheer happenstance, there were none in my field of view at all. They were all behind me. So when the message came out, I had no visual indicator to tell me what the hell I was supposed to do. And so I just sort of ran around. But because they were all behind me, I never saw any of the Kuvaki balls.
I was very happy that I played in English during that fight, because I would have missed the text prompt. Because there's a lot of visual noise in that fight.
There is. I did see the text prompt, but it didn't help because all of the Kuvaki balls were behind me. And the camera, I just by chance didn't swing it in the right direction. I ran all over the rest of the battlefield. My goodness. But yeah, I do not enjoy playing Hydro Traveler. I question the sanity of anybody who does enjoy playing Hydro Traveler.
I think that anybody enjoys playing Hydro Traveler and only plays it for memes.
But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I got Nefa, I got her signature. She is fun to play. She is gorgeous to look at. She has got questionable morality in a lot of ways. But yeah, I quite like her, and she's got a cat.
I do have a cat.
But She do have a cat. I am not impressed with the fact that everybody online is blacking her up for some reason.
Oh, didn't you know
Like,
Cleopatra wasn't a thing, which seems to me to be a clear point of reference for how she was designed. No, no, no. All Egyptians, we was Kangs.
well, it's not just about that. Like, you could argue, well, she's probably more designed. Her name's designed to evoke Akhenaten's Queen Nefertiti, but
Yeah, that could work.
but regardless, they make a point in the story of commenting that she has an unusually pale complexion.
Yeah, and yeah, like she is paler than the Eremites that
Like
she was
she's paler than Nilu.
paler than Nilu.
Yeah, but they come right out and say, "Oh, you're really, really pale for somebody who lives in the desert. What's wrong with you?" Like, this is like this is an actual thing that they mention. She is very pale canonically. So
Pale,
of course, what do the artists do? They black her up.
paler than Kokomi, and that's fairly impressive.
Like, Kokomi lives in like an ocean palace.
Yeah, like
Maybe it's the sunlight reflecting off the water or something.
I guess she gets a little bit. Like she lives in a cave when she's not in the palace doing book stuff. Nilu, at least you can understand the little bit of the very slight bronzing because she dances outside.
But yeah. Anyway, so I have played through the main story quest and I have completed the main story quest. We had a brief digression into the very, 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 very end of the main story quest. But overall, it was quite the production indeed. I enjoyed pretty much every part of it, and it didn't have too many parts where it started to drag. There is a lot of conversation there. So if you're a person who is already completely copacetic with the way Star Rail does things, this will be no problem for you. If you're one of those people whose attention wanders and you start screaming for a skip button every time anybody says more than one line of dialogue, you're going to hate this patch.
Even then, there's a lot. The stuff going on while the dialogue's happening is always building towards something immediately in the future that's happening, and you can see this with the little map they show of where everybody is every time the scene transitions. Like you're always moving to a point of importance. They do a
It gives the
real good
story a
job.
real sense of without doing very much at all. They managed to convey a lot of momentum.
Yeah, they did a real good job, I think, keeping the pace up this time. So even the people I think that normally don't like as much talkie in quests will be able to get by just fine due to just
I'm sorry to tell you, Aristil, that you're wrong because I'm on Twitter
okay.
and people are bitching and moaning.
Like I said,
Why am I still here? It's been 3 hours.
like I said, people I don't think will have a problem. I don't. I am being almost entirely genuine when I say I don't consider the Twitterites people. Like for all I know, they're
You do be
robots.
that way, Mr. Stancil.
Like
But yeah, the only person who never gets anything done is Varka.
well, the story always finds a convenient reason for him not to be in the front line because it's not his turn yet.
But no, nobody even asks though, right? Like the thing that really like stuck in my craw was when you're about to go off to the final battle, and Lauma's like, "I need to evacuate my people," and she's like, "Okay, everybody, listen to this guy. He's like the knight commander of this famous squad of knights. He's this unbelievably burly soldier guy. You follow him while he takes you to safety, and I and my booba are going off to war."
Me and my
And nobody questions it.
me and my completely muscleless, woman softness will go
Like
deal with the
this is
threat.
a body. This body built for childbearing is going to fight against the greatest threat the world has ever seen.
I mean, this guy is probably the most intimidating looking mofo that even the travelers fought, but don't worry, her and her
He
her
he has the largest, buffest human skeleton in the game, except for possibly Capitano.
and he is clearly the most unhinged, willing to kill you on sight of any of them. But don't worry. Lauma and her woman fat have got this.
It's like nobody questions this. Like the burly knight is going to the safe place, and their priestess is going to go and fight the abyssal abomination. And
Like
everybody's just like, okay.
like this is one of the five big bads we've been hyping up for like since Sumeru. One of the few bads that's had a whole lot of build up. Uh,
A few seconds ago, your Nailu just shot off up into the upper right corner of my screen like she was part of a Ruffler video, and then teleported back down to where she should have been.
Probably a quirk of her dance interacting with this ledge.
But yeah, there are a few things like that. The other thing that really stuck in my craw is like nobody passes comment on the fact that the Vinster King's name is Irminsul.
Yeah, that stuck out to me right away as soon as it was mentioned.
There's no way Nefa shouldn't know about that. She knows everything.
Yeah, I forget how public the knowledge of Irminsul itself is, because when it comes,
The level of publicness of the knowledge should not apply where Nefa is concerned.
I know, but like I could almost justify it if it's like, okay, maybe she knows, but other people don't know, and she knows other people aren't supposed to know, because Irminsul by itself seems like it's an entity that revolves around managing information and memory.
But isn't the entirety of like the academia busy tripping out trying to get to it?
Yeah, I think so. But they're all redditors, so I tend to forget or and not really care what the academia does.
What they do is a lot of quote unquote incense.
Yeah. Part of my attachment to Nailu is her giving the smackdown to the redditors in the academia.
Well, she beat them in a dance battle at least.
I mean, that's about as good as Nailu can do. She's the closest thing we have to a ball of sunshine in this game.
But yeah, nobody bothers to pass comment on that. There was another thing as well. I can't remember what it was though, but that was the biggest one. It's like, well, this I don't know. Maybe everybody who's into the lore already knew this, or maybe I did and I forgot because I feel like I might have heard this at one point in the game before. But nevertheless, nobody says anything about it.
Yeah. But yeah, so we finally got to see a proper toe-to-toe fight and actually participate in the toe-to-toe fight with one of the five centers and one of the big bads they've been talking about since Sumeru.
I haven't decided how I feel about the chess set.
Yeah, it made for an interesting storytelling vector, but that item is clearly too powerful to remain functional for narrative
Yeah,
purposes.
I mean, yeah, I sort of understand why it was there and why it's sort of well, they don't clarify that it's gone. They don't clarify that it's definitely been destroyed or anything like that. It is sort of like a demigod tier artifact in the hands of the person who can do the most conceivable damage with it. But as a gameplay element, it was certainly interesting. I just haven't decided whether or not I actually like it. It was an interesting way of portraying the fact that after a certain point, everything that is being told to you is sort of like an AI extrapolation based on the uh, data you've accumulated from the memories.
Yeah,
It's not something that actually happened, but an extremely high probability prediction. The sort of basically the same way that the Omnitia operates on the Shansho in
yeah,
Star Rail.
yeah. Well, you got Dainslet there just being like, yeah, that's pretty much what happened.
He was surprisingly broody this time. I expected him to be a bit more involved.
Yeah, I mean, at least he was present. Like everybody's always wondering what the heck Dane is doing because he's always just it's almost comical how hard they try to make him mysterious.
Yeah, well, I mean, another thing that surprised me was having a bit more FaceTime, a bit more of an impression of what Flynn's is like as a person, which is that he's a humongous troll who just likes to wind people up because.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get that impression of him in previous version, but in this one I definitely did. There's like, well, this guy's actually here for a good time.
Like there's something to our emo ferryman.
Well, I mean, they've gone away, a bit away from the fact. Oh, well, he looks like an emo man, yes, but he's actually a fey folk,
Yeah, he's
so
actually
maybe he's sort of obliged to troll.
he's actually a goober.
You you shot up into the sky again
Yeah,
when you fell off the edge of that cliff.
yeah, seems to interact weirdly when I fall while I'm dancing all that
But yeah,
time.
that was an interesting bit of character there as well. Um, I feel like they are deliberately baiting the Yuritards at this point as well. The number of times that they sort of have the story use Lauma to cajole Nefer into doing something.
Yeah, it it is clearly just bait though.
Oh yeah, it's definitely just bait, but I think it's definitely intentional bait as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a disproportionate number of scenes which are specifically Lauma fussing over Nefer in one way or another, which realistically is not really called for by any narrative element. Like they are introduced as two people who are like oil and water with opposite um, philosophies who don't really get along but can grudgingly work together mainly because Lauma's so nice. But in this one, like they just get thrown together constantly.
Yeah. Well, they do bounce off of each other fairly well, even if you take the bait out, because only crazy people would think somebody with that relationship would be in lesbians with each other. People that have watched way too much Yuri anime.
Yeah, there's not really any accounting for the behavior of Yuritards. They can find something in anything.
Yeah, if it has carpet to munch, it is valid for target for being in lesbians with somebody in the cast.
I did not really. I didn't actually. I know from a marketing perspective, I should have expected it, but I didn't really expect that. Oh, at the end, it's the intelligence specialist is the one who's going to go mano a mano with the sinner
I mean, we were
in order
there.
to buy enough time. Well, yeah,
We
but it's
splashed
not
it.
normally. It's yes, you did in fact throw a small water balloon at the evil abyss monster and made it moist. Good job.
I mean,
But
more than we usually
yeah, it
do.
just seemed like it was one of those things that highlights the Vaka doesn't do anything of this patch. Like of all the people who is like job description fit to fight a stalling battle against one of the sinners while the plan is carried out, I would have pegged a Vaka type to do it rather than the intelligence specialist.
Who, while lacks the same quantities of lovely womanly fat as Lauma, instead is even somehow skinnier, with less mass to work
But
with.
she's very leggy, but
She is,
but that's not exactly ordnance in the conventional sense.
no, there is less mass to work with here.
But you can pull out a couch.
You can't pull out a couch. But yeah, no, we're gonna have the incredibly skinny Nefer go fight the center.
She did get to do a lot of badass things that I didn't really expect, though, for the intelligence specialist character, like sealing sealing the sinner in a magic box, and then even if it did cost her eyesight to do it, managing to suppress him at the 11th hour to get the last bit of the plan to go off without a hitch.
Yeah, but it's Kay. Lama just gave her some of her juices.
Yeah, more Yuri bait. And then Dory lore.
Yeah,
Dory lore.
a lot of Dory lore. I guess she
Didn't even know
must.
Dory had lore.
I mean, I knew that she scammed Kave into the current financial situation he's in. That's about all I knew. But yeah, she's they spend a lot of time going over Dory's motivations and why she does her stuff, and how, and even down to like why she's even here.
This was actually quite. So, if you haven't heard the Japanese voice track for Dory, I recommend you go and sample it. But apparently, there was they re-recorded some of it
Because she was too over the
for
top.
it was too over the top. But yeah, they have taken it down a notch in this one, but they've taken it down a notch on a 10-notch scale, so she's still operating at about a 13.
Yeah,
So, but that does allow them for that sequence where Nefa and her are having that sort of serious conversation about motivations at the end. She comes right back down to normal and speaks like a normal person for just that one conversation.
yeah.
So it does allow them to provide quite a nice contrast.
The English voice just loses her little flair she does for Dory. It's very hard to describe the type of flair, but she gets very characterized in her speech that's appropriate for Dory, but she doesn't get to the anywhere on the scale. She's still on the scale. Like we're at about an 8 at peak Dory for English.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Dory lore. I kind of expected a little more to come of um, Rera recognizing Ryan work and him getting sealed, but then he immediately gets shot into space. So, I mean, is he going to come back? Maybe he's going to come back. He did just get shot into space after all, and we
Well,
know that if you're of the Mavwika level of power, you can put holes in the sky. So,
the Fatui are pulling stuff out of space, so ain't that what they're doing over there in that big research facility? Is yanking moons down?
yeah, something like that.
So maybe they can pull him out, or they'll accidentally pull him out.
And Alacino certainly made a scene as well.
She certainly came in, did her aura farming, and did stuff. It was kind of cute to
Dashed to the
see
body
her.
in reality.
Yeah, it was kind of cute to see her act a little more human instead
It was
of.
kind of cute to see Lynette try and help with the robots.
It was kind of cute to see Lynette trying to help with the robots, and then Sandrone be like, "Please don't do that, Lenny. Make sure your sister
Like
doesn't touch my robots."
some somebody has extensive experience with the scenario in the past.
Like the one in the
I,
helmet.
I'm thinking Polonia probably didn't make it out intact after a certain visit to the House of Hearth.
Yeah, when he winds up with his arm where his head should be. Maybe we don't let Lenny and Lynette touch the robots, and we just let uh boy Fremine do it. She was okay with him touching them.
Yeah, I get you sort of get the impression there's a lot of history there. Like she knows exactly what Lynette's all about, and she knows that Fremine can be trusted to do mechanical work. And Fremine seems totally okay with it as well.
You know, like
Like
this ain't the
Fremine
first
almost
time.
never looked happy. Fremine almost never looks happy, but he looked happy to be assigned to work on Sandrone's robots.
Yeah, it's like something he has it either affinity or some type of interest in, instead of just the sad scuba man or sad scuba boy. I guess he's not quite a man. But yeah, I thought overall, despite the nits we picked with a few bits of it, it was really good.
Yeah, it was good. It was good along all counts. Like you get a really. There's basically no character involved who you don't get a really vivid picture of the sort of person they are.
Yeah,
Like every character is portrayed exactly as they should be. Yahoda is, as always, a show-stealing delight to see at work.
yeah. So, and it helps that despite the large cast, most of the cast is returning characters, and the few that are new are the ones that got the spotlight from Nogcry's first patch. So we had time to get to know them, and I've stuck with them. Varka, despite being new, is we know him by proxy through the rest of the Knights of Favonius and what they've said about him. And everybody else is a returning character we've seen before. Assuming you did Simulanka. Really gonna hurt people that didn't now with Durin being out there. Like, did they just assume new players stopped? That really sticks in me now after.
Yeah, and I said as much in the feedback multiple times as this was coming out, and I said the same thing in the most recent one, because they said that, they said about Layla is going to be important to one of the event stories, and it's like, well, I don't know who Layla is. When have I had the opportunity to learn anything about her?
She's the sleepy cryo girl from Sumeru that I see occasionally pop up as the 4-star on the banner. That's literally all we know about her.
Well, we know that she's got another personality inside her because of the conversation she has with Mizuki.
Oh yeah, but again, that was in an
That's
event.
that's the only that's the only bit of lore I have about her.
Go deer mode, turn deer mode off, and then I can do like 1 or 2 charged attacks and throw deer. Can't charge attack anymore. But yeah,
It was overall, it was a classy experience. It was a really good chunky length, lot to get your teeth into. You got to see lots of characters all portrayed very well. Just generally a great exercise. I suppose the the biggest sort of issue that I had with was probably because it didn't feel as final as it should have. It's like, I feel like I'm being told that we've just won a victory that is about to come and bite us in the backside, because that seemed a bit too pat.
yeah, that wrapped up a little too clean, and it's only a 0.1 story.
So yeah, we tossed him through a hole in the sky, and we didn't check the body.
Yeah, and this guy seemed uh pretty off his rocker. Like, maybe he can pull a Majin Buu and scream loud enough just to come back. Yeah, this is still a 6.1 story. I assume 6.2 and 6.3 are gonna continue to tell the story of what's going on here in Nodcry. We still got all the stuff with the Traveler,
Yeah,
Columbina.
we realistically, Rera is just sort of an interloper on the overall agenda. Like, we still don't know exactly what anybody here is after.
Yeah, we got that whole mess with the Fatui over there yanking down moons.
There's no question about whether or not Alicino having a moon is going to come back again. Traveller still has a moon.
Yeah. So yeah, it sets up a lot of stuff. There's a lot of potential going forward, but you could take the first 2 patches of this story as this patch cycle as a complete story, and it's all pretty good.
Yep, I enjoyed every part of it. It was executed well. It had a lot of sort of internal momentum. I get that. I feel like people are not going to like it, because I felt like I was being pulled along quite quickly in a way that I think a lot of people don't like, and I've seen a lot of people posting they didn't like, because it doesn't want you to lose your momentum. It wants to keep drawing you along. But they keep things very interesting, and they give you a lot of different things to do. It's not like they even and had one of those annoying stealth sessions that I wish that they would stop putting in there. But you had the first-person shooter segment where you blow up the zombies, and you have the chessboard sequence, and you have the weird romp through Nefa's history, making her seem a lot more evil than I think she really is.
That
But
she had one face in that sequence that just makes her like look like this is a very scary lady.
well, anybody who's at the head of the intelligence world is going to be very scary. But provided that they stay on their hinges, it should be fine. But yeah, it was all quite good. I liked it very much. I'm still not sold on the long-term prospect of always integrating the character stories into the main plot. Like, they had a really good venue to do it this time, but I think that if I were to see such a thing presented repeatedly enough, it would start to feel artificial. That, oh, it's time for our character story time session embedded in the main plot, so we have to come up with an excuse to delve into their past now.
It works when we're entering a new zone fairly well to integrate with the main story, I think, and it can work as long as they have a long enough runtime for the main story to not feel like we're abridging either the main story or the character story like they have for the past couple. What really worries me is how much of the Genshin dev team is on the Milliaster Wonderland team and how much of it's a separate team, and how much that's going to eat into dev time and resources for Genshin, or whether it's totally separate.
I mean, it should be totally separate because I don't feel like there's much of a skill set shared. Like, Milliaster Wonderland borrows all of the assets from Genshin, but doesn't really have any of its own. It's what it has on its own is systems. Like, I mean, it's going to have its costumes and that are going to come out over the course of time, but that's all. That doesn't serve much of a purpose other than something that the Genshin team might use to dress an NPC at some point in the future. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be any good reason why those teams should really be anything other than sort of like adjunct rather than integrated. And I've unless Milliastra Wonderland manages to print a truly redonkulous amount of money, I don't think that the devs will lose sight of the value of the
It
Genshin
will.
IP. I know, because girls exist, but the IP control department at MiHoYo is one of their most influential departments, and they're not going to let the Genshin IP get roasted in favor of just putting slop into Milliastra Wonderland. Milliastra Wonderland is certainly an experiment. It's still in its beta phase. A lot of people are complaining that it's a mess right now. Well, it's a beta. You should have known it was a beta when you signed up, because they didn't pretend it wasn't. They told you it was. But the oh, the the only reason that people will encounter Milliastra Wonderland is because Genshin exists. And ultimately, they're still banking on players to make it successful in isolation. Like, it's not. There is every opportunity for it to simply die on the vine and become the thing that gets, perfunctory updates added. Because I mean, like, for instance, it could turn out that there's like, one or two things that people actually use it for on the regular, and for the most part, it just becomes an engine to farm skins out of and a way for them to collect more battle pass money. And then people will port those skins back to Genshin so they can play as mannequin and roam around the world in Genshin. Maybe there's some feasible universe where that's the way it all shapes up. On the other hand, it could go off gangbusters and people create all kinds of things in it and it becomes really popular. That would be a bigger threat to Genshin. Or, you could end up with something like Dota, right? Where somebody manages to come up with a breakout game mechanism in there, embedded in that system. And then you've got the problem of, well, does MiHoYo just steal the idea and spin it off into another game? And divert even more resources over to that? Well, it remains to be seen. So I think at this stage we can't really say what's going to become of Milliastra Wonderland. Like, I have no interest in participating in it, and I will tell them as much when they finally ask in the survey that, look, I just don't care. Like, I like the Genshin characters as the Genshin characters. I don't want to play a literal mannequin. There's nothing for me there. Like, the only thing that I would do with the mannequin was, oh, if I can make the mannequin look exactly like some character that I like in Star Rail or something, so I can, I don't know, play Lingsha in Genshin, well, then maybe I would consider it just for that length of time. But they would do something like that as a premium, and then I'd be resenting it because I don't want to pay money for that. So yeah, there's not really a lot of draw for me in there. There could be that somebody comes up with something cool enough to lure me in. but I don't really know what the scope of what it's going to be capable of by the time it's a fully matured system will be. So, and of course, they've got to contain various risks, like people building things within Miliestra Wonderland that infringe on other companies' IPs, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
by similitude. Like, there's going to be lots of things that they need to keep under tight control. And yeah, I think that they might be biting off more than they've anticipated. There are going to be a lot of giant schlongs created in the process of this, and they're going to want to keep that under wraps for their government as well. So, yeah, there's a lot that remains to be seen.
Yeah. Kind of just seems like an awkward environment to do kind of user generated content, and if that's where your legal
Yeah,
shenaniganery
when
falls.
somebody decides that they need to model like a reenactment of Tiananmen Square inside Miliestra Wonderland, the government is not going to just let them do that.
Yeah, yeah. You think Lauma gets the squirrels to paint her toes?
I think she wants the squirrels to shut up and let her sleep. I still haven't been able to figure out why normal attack is bound to L2 on Nefer.
Mm,
It just is.
I
It's
don't.
bound to square as well, but it's bound to L2. Like if you switch character, the button disappears from the UI. But if you bring Nefer on field, it will pop up the little L2 the way it would for a character with a bow. Except
Ah,
it's just normal attack again,
maybe it's an
and I
artifact
have
where
no idea why.
maybe it's an artifact in her code. Maybe she used to be a bow character very early in design.
Maybe.
I mean, she does kind of have the fantasy Bowie aesthetic. Her body type, anyway, not so much aesthetic.
I don't know what the reason is. It certainly doesn't feel very natural.
But yeah. So yeah, that's Genshin. It's it was a good patch overall. I think if we had quality content like this for story patches every time, we'd be golden. But on that same tone, to be the downer at the very end here, we all remember how Natland started.
Yeah, we got a little bit further than this in Netland before it started to really go downhill.
I mean, we were rocking and
There's still
rolling all the way through 6.2 or whatever, right up until the intermission patch, which we excused because they told us ahead of time, and we're like, okay, maybe they're setting up for a really big Act 3. It was really big, we just didn't understand what the heck was going on.
Yeah. Is there supposed to be an expansion on the treasure hunt storyline this patch or anything?
I don't know.
Because I didn't hear about any world quests or anything, and you know the and there have been times in the past, there have been patches in the past where they get a new area basically every numbered patch, and we did not get any new area this time. I don't know whether or not we get any new world quests or anything like that, but yeah, I'm wondering if maybe the story is all we're getting this time.
Yeah, I think it very well could be. It was a very big story quest. It was very long
That's true. It
and
was
very
big. It
chunky.
was well produced. There were lots of cutscenes, lots of aura farming. It was all generally quite good. Lots of Dragon Ball Z fighting toward the end there.
Yeah, they've really leaned in their DBZ fights lately.
It's like, and they've even got Yahoda there to be the Krillin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on here, man.
Now we need somebody to be the Yamcha.
Well, the Yamcha pose is very heavily used in Hoyo games. See Penacony.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Genshin I think did pretty good. Honestly, if they could somehow weave that level of storytelling in while still giving us new regions to explore in the map, I think Genshin would be able to set a good content cadence with that. Because I now this is also I don't care about the gameplay in game in game. I just clear it when I can, because it's just a number hose game. Like the characters I think are pretty or fun to play. But yeah, they've done pretty good.
I just wish that I would stop seeing people make the Nefer Catalyst joke.
Oh, that's pretty good. It
I
does
don't
have
think it's pretty good.
it
I
has a
think it's deeply appalling.
it has a cat in there. I didn't even notice until now. That's adorable. Your cat a list. Bet Sino was the one that came up with that originally. Just you
Yeah, he's
wait.
from Sumeru.
Just you wait. The localization team won't be able to resist. You'll get to read it.
I mean, Sino is going to appear in the story event this patch. I believe.
All,
I'm pretty
all,
sure I saw him in the screenshots.
all the bad jokes in Yu-Gi-Oh, and he's so set up to interact with Nefer. Oh man, they could play Yu-Gi-Oh together. Hey, yeah. Do not know who I'm pulling on still in the coming patches. I don't have any pull plans. I'm just kind of saving. Skipped out on the last two
I'm
banners, and I might be skipping on Durin depending on his hit. Although there's rumors he might be very strongly incentivized to pull. We will see.
he is strongly incentivized to pull, but I think that I'm still not going to pull on him. I will consider it on a rerun if it turns out he's absolutely crucial to somebody I really want to play, because my pull list is at present ridiculously long. Because I definitely pulling Columbina because, well, she's an Archon basically, but not pulling Archons is bad juju. Plus, she's absolutely adorable, although she kind of looks like Boo at times. And I definitely want to pull Sandrone because she's also adorable, even if she tries very, very hard not to be adorable. And there's also, Nicole and Alice, if they appear. Don't know. They'll be giving us presumably they'll be adding the 4-star whatchamacallit, Horse Adeptus character for Lunar New Year event. But I don't think that I want to pull on Durin. I don't really want to pull on Vaka. It's just going to be, bunker down, wait for Columbina, wait for Sandrone, wait for Nicole, wait for Alice. See how many of them require me to pull Durin. And if I can just work around not pulling Durin by rebuilding Mavwika as an off-fielder.
Yeah, I use her as an off-fielder a colossal amount of the time now. It seems.
Well, so do I generally, because she's like the off-field elemental applicator for my main Ningguang team for adventuring with.
She lives on the off-field side. For if I don't need her on the
I
on
still,
the other side. She lives with Navia as like the best pyro applicator.
yeah, I still have her with on-fielder relics though at this present point in time. I haven't farmed a set for her. But yeah, my adventure team is based around Ningguang, largely because she makes a lot of encounters kind of work where they wouldn't otherwise, because she doesn't do enough damage to instantly mutilate them the way Skirk would.
Yeah, I've been attempting to use the Bloom team just because it's funny to see the big funny numbers when you can actually get the engine rolling. But it's got a 2 in Nodcry in that number one, there's a few mobs that are immune to Dendro, and you can get them out of ley lines. And number two, if you get a bunch of the baby Fatuis around, you don't have time to get the engine going, and you wind up half clipping your engine because you only need half of it to kill them all because they have no HP. So probably should consider a different exploration team in Genshin, but for now, They're new.
That's sort of why. That's another reason I use the Ningguang team, is because Ningguang doesn't need anything. All of her damage comes from her regular attacks, and other off-field incidentals and so on. Like, I don't. That team doesn't need to have any energy to go and fight. It'll just go in and fight, and it'll be fine. Whereas you will simply offset your energy charging if you try and use the Nefer team in incidental work. Like, something needs to have enough health for you to deploy an entire rotation against, or at least a goodly chunk of a rotation. Like, at least get halfway through Nefer's burst phase in order to make sure the energy doesn't wilt. But yeah, fortunately, Ino was clearly designed for this purpose because her energy requirements are ridiculously low. Unfortunately, the best set of relics to use on Ino are functionally disincentivized to farm, and really I don't have any because her best set is actually instructors. And of course, I've been turning that into fodder.
Ah.
And it's not best by a small margin either. It's best by an extremely large margin. So, yeah, at present, she's currently using my spare whatchamacallits, noblesses.
Yeah.
But that's really not good for her. But I don't have instructors, and I'm not likely. You can't really just farm instructors, and you can't craft instructors. You can't get them on purpose in any way. You just have to wait for them to sort of show up. So,
Yeah. Could always get a fish with a jellyfish. Make everything wet that way. Really good at it.
she's not a good hydro applicator. She is one of the ones that people use. She's sort of like the third or fourth most preferred. Well, she's sort of fifth most preferred if you include Farina amongst them. But most people are like, no, a Nefer team can't support that much incoming damage from your own side. But yeah, she's generally regarded as not really very great for a Nefer team. But she is usable. People have worked out what the optimal rotations are for using Kokomi.
For fishes, if you.
Yeah, I haven't really tinkered much with using Farina for the Nefer team, simply because I already die in 2 hits. If I put Farina on that team, then I'll die in 1.
That would be the other reason to find a way to shoehorn somebody like Kokomi onto the team. Because at least the jellyfish will keep you alive.
Currently, Nahida is the healer on my team, and she's doing okay.
For that prototype Amber.
It's R5.
I mean,
it'll be fine. It's percentage healing. It's not tied to anybody's stats. So it's not a bad strategy, all told. And, Nahida can shit out ultimates at a ridiculous pace. No, Serethus, Farina can't heal, not without doing literally nothing else.
I mean, you can turn the healing stream totem on, but then you're not applying the hydro you need.
Yeah, you're literally accomplishing nothing. Like, that's an out-of-combat heal only. It's not going to stop you from dying instantaneously.
It's not like the jellyfish.
But yeah, it's. I think that it's very, very likely that Columbina is going to play into the Luna Bloom and Luna Charged teams, and probably Luna Crystallize as well.
Yeah, I kind of hope she's Hydro, even though I'm heavy on Hydro characters on my account.
She has water bloops on her feet.
Yeah. Yeah, but you never know.
It's true. I mean, sometimes the colors just don't make sense.
Yeah.
You look at like Kazuha.
Yeah.
Look at what's his name? The detective guy.
Oh yes, Detective Sango or whatever his name is.
No, Sango's his assistant.
Oh right. Yeah, that dude.
Yeah. Yeah, the color coding doesn't work so well. But But yeah, I think that's what they're going to be shilling there. Is Colin Bean is the perfect Archon level support for all of your lunar reaction needs. Da da da.
Yep, be able
If
to.
you look at like the back of Sandrone's outfit, she's incredibly geocoded. If you're going to do that approach to interpreting what element a character's going to be, but Nicole is also sort of casually geocoded by her lore because she's a sculptor by profession. When she's not being a witch, I guess. If they do include Alice contra what the leakers are saying, then the chances that she's not going to be Pyro are basically nil.
You can't have mommy not be able to be on a team with her daughter. That would just be wrong.
Yeah, whether or not they put her in, like, I mean, they've got a strong market incentive to put her in because she's one of the most anticipated characters that's not appeared in the game yet.
Yeah, it's just a matter
So,
of does she fit this patch cycle, though, for Nogcry?
well, there are other Hex and Zirkel that they could call on as well, like the one that wrote the Simulanka.
Yeah. Ah! Oh.
Which I guess would make her one of Durin's mummies, I guess, of which it appears that he's collecting them.
Does Albedo count as one of Durin's mummies?
Well, she explicitly refers to him as his brother.
Yeah, but he kind of helped make him.
And I mean, Wanderer tends to sort of mother Durin a lot.
I guess if Albedo provided the raw material to make current Durin, does that make him the daddy?
I don't think I want to go any further down this line of reasoning. But yeah, I don't know what exactly they're going to do with Luna Crystallize, but it has been data mined. So apparently, allegedly, sort of hard to tell. Leakers have been really shite lately.
Let me load super bullets into Navia shotgun, please. Not that my Navia needs it, but all the not super constellation Navias need it.
I mean, that's the theory with Columbina is that you can use Columbina as an on-fielder or an off-fielder, and in one of her modes, she basically becomes a Luna enabler for non-Luna characters. So enables you to use, say, Navia as a Luna reaction character by providing the sort of the backdrop against which whatever other reaction you want can take place.
I see.
But that's, again, unreliable leaker bullshit.
So yeah. All right, we've rattled on a lot this show. It's gone super long, so we should
It has to.
probably start wrapping it.
I have a lot of empty cough drop packets on my desk now.
All right, folks. I will skip the doggo story and we'll consider retelling it when Fern gets back. But I got shackled with pet sitting this week.
Yeah, well, Fern said that the week of the 2nd, he's going to be probably back, depending on the drunkenness of the local cowboys. So, yeah.
So I fully expect him to get called out halfway through or be late.
Yeah.
The Cowboys. All right. Okay, folks. You got anything else for us on this out?
Not really. I don't think of anything this time. Hopefully my lungs will recover a little bit over the course of the next week. Don't know what work's going to look like for me. I'm being audited again. Again. This time for ISO 45001, which is the International Health and Safety at Work standard, which is way outside my area of expertise because health and safety bureaucracy has its own entire vocabulary that I don't know because I only know the scientific vocabulary for my area of specialization. So communicating with the auditor is going to be the first hurdle.
Yeah, I got submissions for taxes to do. I've already done the taxes on time this year, but I have not sent them to the CPA yet because I was waiting for the end of October. and once they're submitted, whenever they get around to it, and he can give me a phone call. It makes me hate the government even more.
Yeah, it do be that way, Mr. Stancil. But yeah, I've also got more quarterly KPI meetings coming up, which I hate because KPIs are bullshit. Like quarterly KPI meetings are a reason for like the national general manager to just put all the company's problems on the head of the local manager of whichever branch, rather than dealing with the fact that the economy's in a downturn and the sales department hasn't managed to compensate. No,
Mm-hmm.
just blame the local manager for not being efficient enough by waving his magic wand.
Yep. Do be like that, Mr. Stanson. All right. Well, this has been the Dancing with Nilu and Nefer show. We will see you next week, hopefully with a fern, and who knows, maybe we'll have some more Wuwa to talk about. All right, folks. We'll see you then. Sayonara. Bye bye.